Hello, and welcome to our, I believe, Tuesday evening workshop with the Planning Board. Director Connors, Planner Norton, thank you so much. I'll let you two kick it off.
Sure. Good evening. So tonight is a follow-up from the workshop you held on June 4th, where we discussed having this joint workshop with the Planning Board tonight to look at the shelter overlay district, as well as to look at the business licensing for shelters. What staff has provided from planning is the portions of the Appendix A zoning and land use code that are that regulate shelters. And with that, we've had a couple of suggestions. One is that we revisit the homeless shelter and no barrier shelter definitions to see if there are any changes that are desired. With that, whether to keep the prohibition on no barrier shelters. Currently, transitional housing is part of the homeless shelter definition, whether to keep that as part of that definition. Whether to make changes within the homeless shelter language so that there's more flexibility as to the styles of living that a homeless shelter could be. Right now it's restricted to dormitory and dwelling unit styles, and then other suggestions you may have. Then when we look at the areas where shelters are located themselves, there is the homeless shelter overlay district. So we could look at the map and see where currently shelters are allowed. We have a suggestion that there be, my understanding is there might be a desire to change where they're located. So one option would be to allow them everywhere or more broadly within the city, and then have a list of exceptions as to what locations wouldn't be appropriate, either specific zoning districts, or we've listed a number of items in the memo here, gateway areas into the city potentially, along some of our major arterials for a certain distance, portions of the downtown that are the more heavily trafficked portions of the commercial district, as well as areas targeted for Riverfront Island Master Plan update improvements and investment, and areas such as in proximity to schools, daycares, or parks. And then finally, we did have a suggestion that there could be a set of performance standards developed for shelters. Some examples of those would be limiting the number of beds in certain residential zoning districts, for example, so only smaller shelters might be allowed. That might be more appropriate for residential areas. Requiring solid privacy fencing, requiring an outdoor kind of gathering space or courtyard area where guests of the shelter could be when the shelter isn't open, and so forth. So those are some of the suggestions staff have had, and we're looking for guidance from you tonight so we can work on drafting some changes that you'll be enthusiastic about passing.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. Any comments from planning board members or counselors? Councilor Rinn. Councilor Soul.
So I just have a quick question. I know that there's a lot of confusion, maybe not a lot. Don't totally understand. Can you just explain the no barrier and what that means?
Yeah, sure. So in the definitions, it does describe within a homeless shelter that the homeless shelter must have provisions for denying entry. They have to have a policy in place that looks at things like whether someone is under the influence or carrying weapons or that sort of thing, and that there be a policy for how that's handled, and that they wouldn't be allowed to, be within the shelter in those circumstances. So a no barrier shelter doesn't have that kind of requirement. So somebody could potentially be under the influence of drugs or alcohol and be admitted into a shelter. That's my limited understanding, that there isn't that barrier to entry.
Thank you.
Yes. Member Cox, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. If I can just expand on Shelley's answer, the definition that's provided in our accepted definitions for a no-barrier shelter says that it is a homeless shelter that does not deny entry to homeless persons seeking shelter, but may enforce. And that's an important piece that a lot of the first round of conversations had, but may enforce safety requirements for guest, staff, place, and others. No-barrier shelters are not permitted to operate in Lewiston. So that's the full language of the definition. And when we were having that conversation, it essentially resolved around somebody who showed up at a shelter, was clearly under the influence of drugs, but was not perceived to be in danger, could be welcomed. And if their behavior changed and that no-barrier shelter had a safety policy around zero tolerance of safety issues, could then send them away, which is a point of discussion in which there was a lot of conversation the first time. That's useful.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. The difference, the definition of homeless shelter and no barrier shelter in the current zoning ordinances, seems to me that the homeless shelter definition veers quite radically into a licensing issue as opposed to a zoning issue. In fact, much of the language in that definition is duplicated in the licensing ordinance. Now, a question for everybody, anybody who can answer, is the planning board involved in developing licensing ordinances, or is it solely zoning?
No, we are not.
Correct.
Planning board is not.
Okay, so I would suggest, as a concrete suggestion, that all of the language in the homeless shelter definition, zoning and land use code that is duplicated in the licensing code be stricken, that it be covered exclusively in the licensing code. My understanding is that every homeless shelter, low barrier, no barrier, high barrier, does need to have a license. And if we address this issue in the licensing provisions of the ordinances, we don't need to talk about it in the zoning.
Member Cox.
As a planning board member, I would find great relief in that, because in the previous conversations, we're not a licensing board, nor is that the nature of the applications presented to us when we're looking at it within the shelter overlay and the other zoning requirements. And that confusion of language, I think, both put staff in a weird position and puts applicants and the planning board in an uncomfortable spot, because we are not a licensing board.
Councilor Harriman, you were here at the time, as was I. I'm struggling to understand why we included that in the zoning. Do you remember?
I don't remember exactly why that ended up in the zoning.
Right.
I think I believe the prior council might have wanted it in there.
Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things. First would be, is I agree with my partner here that it should be stricken. It should be two separate items. But I would disagree with Member Cox about the barrier situation. You either have to have or not have. You can't have someone make a judgment call on someone's condition coming in, because chances are if they turn and they have a problem, now you got to get the police or people over there. So you need one way or the other. You can't have a wishy-washy. I've worked enough of those things and seen how that happens. Oh, he looks okay, we're going to let him in, and while he's in there, he goes in the restroom and does something else, and now he's off his rocker, and now you need police to get him out, or he's a big problem. So if they look high, or they look like they shouldn't be there based on the rules, then they shouldn't be there.
Yes, Councilor Najin.
I think some of the reasons why this information was put in here is because there were many missing definitions by municipal code. We never actually had a definition for a homeless individual or transitional housing, what transitional housing actually was. And so I believe a lot of this was just put in here as kind of a filler in order to try to fill out and define some things that weren't in our definitions. I have absolutely no problem removing any of the language that would fall under licensing from the homeless shelter definition. I think we're all trying to push towards the same, or at least a similar goal. One of the one of the challenges that we're going to have always is that any shelter is not housing, any housing facility is not a shelter. They're separate, and there's a piece there when we're talking about low barrier or no barrier shelters where it's when somebody becomes a danger to themselves or others, and that can change. That can absolutely change. There are facilities that exist in the state that Milestones in Portland, for instance, is a wet shelter. They only take in people who are under the influence. They have a doctor present and registered nurses, and it's also a detox facility. I don't know if we actually have that right now. We do have St. Mary's Behavioral Health, and I think that they function in that capacity quite a bit. So I think there's pieces we need to iron out as far as where folks go. But I do know that, and we're all well aware of this, that the emergency warming shelter that ran this winter, there were folks who could not stay there, who just could not follow the rules and couldn't stay there. And still, there was a question of, do you release somebody out into the cold when they're a danger to themselves and others? And so I don't know if we're necessarily going to have an answer to that right now, but it is something that I think about. So,
Member Cox.
I just want to respectfully reply to Councilor Glant and his remarks that I was not advocating or proposing that either one should or shouldn't be, just to clarify. So I don't know that was in response to what I said. I think part of what Councilor Najin just lifted up is that ultimately, if there is an entity, city, nonprofit, or private, that wants to propose a shelter of any type of barrier, no barrier, they organizationally and with their insurance companies and boards need to make some decisions about the policies that dictate that. And I think that complexity of that conversation underscores how challenging it is to have those two definitions as written currently, because ultimately, and I do think this is a chicken or egg conversation for administration, when somebody comes in front of us as a planning board and we're looking at an application for a shelter, they can't get licensed necessarily until they have approval for a place, which is why linking our approval to a place to licensing, which is where the questions of what safety and how will you deal and who will you treat come into play, that I don't know if that's part of the changes that we would need to address in the code and ordinances piece, whether in the same way that we look for fiscal commitment, that there's a commitment and these policies are already addressed and that then dictates, or a licensing will be for this type. But I think that's the challenge of the definition language and how we review it from a planning board perspective, because ultimately those are organizational decisions that are related to how they choose to be licensed and operate.
So at this point, I wonder if most of us are in agreement that questions about definitions and licensing is moved to a council discussion. We should perhaps discuss the overlay.
Yep.
I guess questions about the overlay or comments about the overlay. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that some of what we're talking about here will be dictated in part by the Homeless Shelter Ad Hoc Committee and their recommendations, what they see as potential barriers to someone being able to set up a homeless shelter. I agree with staff in their memo that we should sort of invert the overlay, take the overlay away, and then protect certain areas. I agree with, the parts of town that we're trying to encourage economic development in, like downtown Lisbon Street, the Riverfront Island area. We should probably prohibit homeless shelters from those areas. But the blue outline up there, once you include all the various buffers from different uses, it really leaves you with quite a small footprint of where to put a shelter. So I think that we do need to certainly expand where it can go. I don't know if the buffers are relevant for this conversation because they're in the business licensing part of the ordinance. But as I argued back when this was created, I kind of see homeless shelters as being similar to either a hotel or a rooming house, and we don't have buffers for those uses either. So, so I don't see why we would need buffers for schools, daycares, especially parks, because that would really limit things. But it just seems like it's a double standard there. If we're not saying a hotel or a rooming house can't be within 250 or 500 feet from a school, I don't really see why a homeless shelter would be. But that's my comments for now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Councilor Harriman because of our 30 parks and daycares and everything else. You know, buffers kind of represent a de facto overlay. And so, yeah, I think we need to take a hard look at that. Councilor Najin.
Just on those notes right there. So if we're talking about shelters that, one of the challenges that I mentioned before is that when we have disparate needs and we're trying to all meet disparate needs in one place, it creates a large challenge. And so we do have folks in the unhomed community who are registered sex offenders, for instance. We have folks who have been convicted of violent crimes. We also have folks who are families, including non-traditional families and children. And so in a case where we're talking about an aunt and an uncle and a child that they oversee, I don't see why they would need to stay 250 feet from a park. And this kind of creates some of the complexities that we're looking at and why I think it's going to be very important that a city-directed shelter has the right partner in order to, or partners in order to manage these concerns. Because right now, it is a zero-barrier shelter to live behind any of the abandoned buildings in my neighborhood. You can just simply live there, and you may be moved along, you may not, depending. And there's no question as to the fact that some of these folks are in serious crisis. But also, there's no question as to the fact that some of these folks do, in that environment, pose somewhat of a threat to folks. So, you know, these are all of the questions that we have to work through. I have no problem removing the barriers around, or the buffers, excuse me, as long as we're keeping in mind both the registered sex offenders and the people who have been convicted of serious violent crimes. Because naturally, they have a requirement to stay a certain amount away from these facilities anyways. And another piece with that, I would just say that I think the business corridors are very important to protect. I also think that just where the emergency warming shelter was, we've seen some serious issues with traffic. There's a lot of traffic that comes through there, and there have been accidents, and I realize that some of this is not based on the individual making the best decisions sometimes, but I mean, Sabata Street is a dangerous section of road, and so there's a question there, you know, do you put a shelter facing Sabata Street as a permanent solution or a semi-permanent solution? You know, these are all pieces to think about.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. Very quickly, I would like to focus on the matrix and the shelter overlay. I advocate removing the overlay completely and allowing homeless shelters, which under the current ordinance require a conditional use in every zone that they're allowed, which means that every single application for a shelter, no matter what kind it is, goes before the Board of Appeals. I would advocate that we allow shelters in all zones with the exception of riverfront, and in tiny, tiny print here, industrial. Given that each shelter will go before the Board of Appeals for conditional use, I see no problem with allowing them as a matter of, I say as a matter of right, but with conditional approval in any zone in the city with the exception of those two. Riverfront there's no room for it anyway, and the industrial, I was only able to find one industrial zone in my quick perusal of the city zoning map. Would make a good location for it anyway. So my vote or my advocacy would be to remove the shelter overlay completely and allow them as a conditional use in any zone except riverfront and industrial.
Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to recap. That means you want to make sure we protect the entrance to the city, so you can't have them there. Downtown where the business is, you can't have them there. But boy, they could be right next door to our kids, and right next door to our parks where the kids play freely. That makes really good sense. Who are we going to protect out here? Businessmen? People driving into our city? Or our children? We have to have buffer zones around, and everyone does. If you look it up, schools have buffer zones on different things. And if you think someone's going to tell them, hey, I'm a sex offender and I want to go stay in your shelter, oh, no, you can't, then you don't understand anything about homeless people. Nothing. So you all want to advocate an open blanket, that's what you're going to do. But we're going to keep pieces aside for business or the riverfront because we got to swim down there and kayak down there and we don't want those kind of people hanging out. That's a bunch of BS. Kids are more important than anything you guys proposed. That's our future. So I'm for changing it to the whole city with conditions around certain places to protect our youth.
Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. Councilor Gallant, I think we need to be very careful not to vilify the homeless. The homeless has the entire spectrum, same way housed people do. And for us to put them all in a class and say that because there is one convicted sex offender among a population of 75 homeless people that we're going to tailor the entire ordinance around that one person, I disagree with that. I think that there are rules in place that will address that issue to the best of our ability. I'm not altogether certain that I agree with Councilor Najin either about protecting the gateways to the city. Homeless people are people, and I think it's important that we, as a planning board and as a city council and as a population in general, take great pains not to vilify them and not to treat them as secondary or second-class citizens. They have all of the rights and benefits, should have all the rights and benefits that all the rest of us do as well.
Member Pine.
I just want to make sure that we continue to parse apart what should be living in licensure and what should be living in land use planning. So just to be clear and recap what we've discussed, we talked about removing some of the requirements that are currently in the land use code in the zoning section and moving those over to licensure. Are the buffer zones, is that part of licensing? And that's a question towards staff.
The initial 250 feet buffer that you see, it's only located in the licensing part of our code.
Got it. Okay.
So these maps that you're seeing are mirrored off of the marijuana cannabis use code, things of that nature. And this is just a visual representation of the text that we sent in our memo.
Got it. So just to be clear, the blue box is from zoning, because that's the overlay district, so that's
Correct.
a zoning district. And then all of the shaded color polygons, those are all from licensing. And so this is a composite of the two, or is there a little bit from both?
No, I don't believe any of these highlights are from licensing. This was just in our conversation with the council in the last workshop, some ideas that were thrown out.
Got it.
Around schools, all of the pink are schools or daycares, and just putting a buffer around them just for a visual representation. But these are not in licensing right now.
Got it. Using the cannabis policy, but that cannabis policy falls under licensing. That's not a zoning requirement.
Correct.
It is zoning.
It's both.
It's both.
in
It's
both.
located in both. Okay. I guess maybe to be a little clear about what I'm trying to say here is just making sure, it sounds like there's definitely concerns about where we want to locate these facilities, and I think that's, well warranted, and just making sure that we're placing the concerns in the right section of the code. and just being clear about when we state those concerns that we were directing staff where we want to see some of that language put, if that makes sense to folks.
Councilor Harriman, did you have something?
I was just going to add that if we're concerned about people who are registered sex offenders, there are already, if not statutes, there are already ordinances that dictate where they can stay, where they can live. So we don't really need to duplicate that in this. If a shelter opens up and it's too close to a school, then they won't accept registered sex offenders. If they're in a different part of town, then they may be able to. I think some of what my goals are is to loosen the requirements so that the shelters, as Member Cox said earlier, so the shelters can determine, what their rules are. We need to have basic rules for them to follow, but as far as, I believe there's still a restriction on no pets in shelters in here. And to me, that's up to the individual shelter. If they want to allow pets, that's okay. If they don't, then that's okay too. So I just want to basically see this process as loosening some of the restrictions so that we have a better chance of having a successful homeless shelter in addition to the ones we currently have open up here.
Member Cox?
Thank you so much. I really support Councilor Chittum's additions around conditional use in almost all districts, because I think that does deal with the best ability to provide someone who wants to operate a shelter the ability to look for the right location based on what they're trying to operate and the services they plan on having. One example that I would offer is a youth homeless shelter, which we provide services for homeless youth in this community already, would ideally be located maybe next or near to and walking distance to a high school. And so we wouldn't want something so prohibitive to support the right solution for the right population based on the person who's willing to pay for, offer, and answer to those services and responsibilities. And so I think that piece is important. What I would offer is that from a planning board perspective, when we're considering conditional uses, I think some guidance from the council that ends up in code would be very useful. So for example, if we assume, as we should, that all licensing requirements have been met and the buffers within them, but we would like to be specific, for example, that 500 feet is above the licensing requirement, but is the buffer that we would like to prioritize, and that we could conditionally approve 450 feet, then giving that level of guidance for us as we review the criteria for conditional approval, I think is really important. I would love to see a map as we go through this process of the industrial, because I do know that we did identify some places that are on bus routes that are physically large enough to provide some of these services, or not near a residential district, and kind of checked a lot of boxes in the first review. And so I think that might be really useful. I do think taking care of our citizens, housed and unhoused, is challenging, and I'm grateful for the conversation.
Councilor Najin?
So again, I wasn't the person who brought up the protecting the entryways to the city, but that's fine. I do think there's a reason to look at form-based code and the uses that we want to encourage and see in particular areas, and I think the business districts are one of those that we want to see business within the business districts. Other than that, the urban enterprise zone stretches through my neighborhood, for instance. It's mostly, it is industrial, and it's mostly along the railroad tracks. It sits above my neighborhood on Strawberry Ave, I believe it is, which is mostly undeveloped area as well. I think there are valid reasons to be concerned about where any shelter will go, depending on what the shelter actually is, what the shelter purpose actually is. So coming back to the performance standards piece, conditional approval is one piece, but with performance standards, can we revoke licensing once it's been issued? Because that's going to be the tough question. If there is a partner in the community who's providing a service that clearly is not meeting the need and is creating a challenge within that community, can we revoke that licensing? And so that's the conditional use is usually, well, you're in here and now you're grandfathered. And so I think there's going to be a question about dealing with issues that, for instance, we may find that a shelter solution is working well, but the place that it's located is not appropriate, and therefore we need to find a new location for it, something of that nature. It's very similar to what happened on Preble Street in Portland, where Preble Street Resource Center was a very much needed development within the community, and yet hampered any type of development around that shelter for 15 years, and now they're running a campus outside of the downtown, which is much more appropriate.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I just wanted to add quickly that I believe the way our ordinance is currently written, the city council has to grant the initial license to any new homeless shelter. So there's another step there, although I don't think it's subjective. You have to, basically, if they meet all the if they check all the boxes, then they get the license. And then after that first year, they have to reapply for another license, but it goes through staff, I think probably the clerk's office. So there is some annual oversight there. I just don't know exactly how much.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. To Councilor Najean's point, suspension of a license is in the licensing ordinance. It wouldn't be in the conditional use permit or the zoning ordinance, but the current licensing ordinance for shelters does provide for a suspension of license if there are violations of the conditions of approval of the license. I do thank Member Cox. I want to correct myself. It is my failing eyesight. It was not industrial that I advocated. It was, in fact, institutional. So I think that if I could restate it, I think that homeless shelters should be allowed on a conditional use in every zone except institutional office. If this were bigger print, I wouldn't have this problem. And riverfront, simply because riverfront is so small. It's not because I want to preserve it for the haves. It's simply too small, and it's located in such a way that it's impractical.
It's surely the documents and not your eyesight.
I'm sorry?
It's surely the documents and not your eyesight.
Sure.
Member Pine, did you have your hand up? Okay. Councilor Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I waited almost till the end to kind of chime in on this. I think being on the shelter committee right now, we're taking a lot of this into consideration before we, devise a plan and come back to the council with it. I believe, I think we should kind of do away with the overlay system. I think we should open it up to the city with, some exceptions to the rule. And I think Councilor Chittum, had a couple of good exceptions to the rule. And I also think, when it's being presented for licensing and all that stuff into the council, I think we make those considerations at that point, because it's going to definitely be, a well-constructed plan, and that's my hope. So, and it's going to meet the criteria that the city puts forth. So, that would be my take on this.
Member Pine.
I just wanted to revisit what Councilor Najin brought up about conditional use permits and how, when we issue them, it makes that property sort of eligible for that use forevermore. I think I don't necessarily see a problem, if there's behavioral issues or sort of operational issues, the licensing can be revoked and that facility could still become a homeless shelter that fits within, the sort of scheme of that part of town that works well in that location. So I don't necessarily see, again, I think a lot of the issues that we're concerned about here, stem to basically operational issues or, issues that come from a licensing perspective and aren't so much tied to sort of the built environment or, how the city is structured. I think having facilities that are of appropriate scale for whatever location they're in. So, if they're in a place that has multi-story buildings, allowing it to be multi-story. Same goes for sort of density requirements in more residential areas. If it fits within the neighborhood that it's located in, that's what we're looking at from a zoning perspective. The operational issues, that's a licensing thing, and that can happen anywhere. It doesn't matter what the form of the building is. You can have licensing issues with what looks like a single family house. You can have licensing issues what looks like a 7-story hotel. It's going to be, independent of where the facility is located. It may interface with some of the things the facility is located next to. But again, I think those are licensing issues, and it would be good to keep parsing apart what our requests are for staff around licensing changes versus planning and code changes, and making sure that those live in the appropriate area and aren't doubled up. So it isn't like you get, approval and you've met these requirements for licensing before you even get the license. Then you go to zoning and you meet the same requirements again because they're written there. And then you go back to licensing, you meet the same requirements again. And then eventually it goes to council, and council decides whether or not you can do it. That's just very cumbersome, and it's not good code. So making sure that we parse those apart, and that, there's appropriate sort of, stop checks for this process, but we're not creating redundant process of going back and forth and like getting pre-approvals and things like that. I think, if the facility meets the built environment and fits in well with a comprehensive plan, then it can go on to licensure, and then the rules can be put in place to make sure that it fits within the neighborhood it's placed in.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Najin.
Just on that note, that's a good point. So there used to be a bed limit on the amount of beds that could be in the city total, right? And so just to come back to that, what Member Pine was speaking to, CLAs are already permitted pretty much anywhere in the city. They're state licensed, right? And so if it's a facility, I think, of up to 8 people, it's pretty much allowed in any zoning within the city. Thinking about removing the upper limit on the beds total, but then also thinking about the number of beds that may be permitted in particular zones, because if it's like single and duplex family housing, I think it would be difficult to accommodate, let's say 50 to 75 people at a facility in a neighborhood like that. But again, it's about fitting into where it's located, I think.
I just want to check in with our staff at the moment. Director Connor and Planner Norton, are you receiving appropriate feedback, or do you have questions for
I have a few
us?
questions, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely, please continue.
So in reference to Member Pine and Councilor Roy, I guess my question would be, if you're going to open it up everywhere, and then as you said, Councilor Roy, we'll figure it out when it's presented to us. My question is, what are you figuring it out up against? If we're not putting anything into the zoning ordinances, what are we judging it based off of? If we're going to say, does it fit the area? If there's nothing to describe what the shelter is supposed to have or what can it have, and there's no guideline for it, no guardrails, we're going to be recreating this over and over again every single time a new one comes to you guys. So that's why I would just ask for some sort of direction as to, if we're going to do buffers, let's build it in. If you guys want to, limit beds, height, things of that nature, what part of it's going to be licensure and what part of it's going to be zoning, so that you can match it up against something, would be my question.
Yes, of course, Planner Norton.
Sorry, if I can just jump in with an addition to that.
Absolutely.
Mostly because I don't expect all of you to know the criteria for conditional use permits. So similar to as was described for approving a license, if it meets all the check boxes, then generally the conditional use permit is going to be approved. So, you know, really there's character of whether the use fits on the site and in the neighborhood. That's probably the criteria that has the most flexibility for how the board could apply that. The rest of it has to do with safe pedestrian access and vehicular access, whether the soils can take the new development, and things like that that are really generic to development and don't really dial down to what the specific concerns might be for citing a shelter. So it probably would be helpful to have some specific criteria for shelter siting with the conditional use permit that be developed.
Member Cox.
Thanks. I really appreciate those additions from both of you, because I'm sitting here saying I love the ability to consider case by case, and we would need criteria by which to do that. I'd offer everything that is already required, but I would say that this city has done a good job, and the planning board then using it in function in the design district that was included. So the language around character, where there is a lot of specificity about what criteria we have to apply, but it is not a yes/no binary checkbox. So that example of how we've already created code that allows us to know what we're considering for the conditional use and what to set it against, I think we've done that well, and I think that structure and framework could be very well applied here, where you could specify a minimum buffer of licensing and a goal of a minimum of 500 feet where allowed, where there's flexibility on the population being served and how that relates to schools or parks, for example. Those bullet points and how to consider them, this planning board is intelligent and works hard, and we're guided by great staff, and 9 times out of 10, what we're looking at has already come from the wisdom of the council. So if we see somebody who has been licensed by you and met the licensing criteria, then we know what that use looks like and can apply it against the criteria to be determined. And in many cases where we've looked at conditional use of a slightly denser project in a neighborhood that's on the cusp of 2 zones, for example, we will consider that, we'll approve it, and then we can also apply additional buffers, additional trees, safety fencing. Like, there's a number of ways in which we make those recommendations and adaptations on an applicant by applicant basis. So the bullet points of criteria, whether that comes from the committee, Councilor Roy, that you've talked about, is the guidance that the planning board would need to successfully implement in your vision a conditional zone use. And I would support staff's recommendation that that is the way in which we'd apply it. And we would be, I would also say, we have rejected things and sent it back to you based on public comment and arrival of people and petitioners in the room. So a 75 bed in a duplex neighborhood is not going to pass public approval. You're going to get that feedback loop in the steps of the process. And so just to lift up what Member Pine said, a number of pieces are already in there, and the process of which starts with you with licensing would be applied to the conditional use criteria, vetted by us and the public before we get to an actual approval of the development. I think those pieces are in the right order and the right pieces, and the only missing place where I think good framework and recommendations could be made is around those specific criterias and how it applies to maybe the population, because I do think there's a youth carve-out.
Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I advocate for lifting restrictions to areas. I don't advocate for us changing buffers. I think you need to have a guideline to start with. The guideline can be, as she stated, go in front of the planning board. The requirement's 250 feet. They're 175 feet away, and they want to challenge it. That's their right to do that. But if we have no starting point for them to look at, now we're going to be saying, well, you can't be within 50 feet of this school, but you can be within 10 feet of this school. And that's making it personal, because there's no rules set in stone for them to work with. So if we have what we have currently right now, but we open it to the whole city, then we at least have something for the planning board as a tool to be able to work with when something comes in front of them, before, they have to go back and forth, and is this going to be conditional, or we don't have any rules on, the last one was 30 feet, well, this one's going to be 75 feet. We have to have some kind of a guideline, and I think that's why what we currently have is a decent starting point, And maybe in a year, it needs to be looked at after people come and bring things forward for shelters. You know, it can be reviewed. This is not gonna be set in stone. But to just blankly say they can be anywhere, I think is wrong.
Member Pine?
In response to the question that staff brought up around guidelines, I think it does definitely make sense to have guidelines from a zoning perspective. What I would like to see there, what I think would be good for us to look at is, you know, for example, let's talk about this in a single-family zoning district or, you know, a district that's more focused on housing, you know, detached housing. You know, we think about sort of density in those cases around units of housing, an apartment, something like that. We don't really think about it in terms of beds. So I wonder if we could create some sort of framework to convert how we think about units, and really that's a density of people, right? You know, one unit has 2 bedrooms. That means it's probably going to have anywhere between 2 to 4 people in it, right? Converting those sort of densities of people into a bed metric that we can then apply, you know, so when you are looking to locate a homeless shelter in this zone, you know, the rubric we're judging you by for a number of beds is X to X in this zone and Y to Y in this zone, right? So I think that would be one area that I'd want to look at. I think also, you know, the form of the building. So, you know, making sure that setbacks and all of that are sort of the same for those types of facilities. You don't want it to be dramatically different from the neighborhood around it, right? You know, that's going to affect the character. I think on the licensing side, we definitely do need requirements there. If there's going to be setbacks from other businesses or other organizations or other sorts of locations, those absolutely need to be in there as something to work with during the licensing process. But I think, I guess I see those as being more of a licensure question, you know, around nearness to schools, other businesses, and don't deal quite as much with the built form, right? Yes, we are dealing with geography. Yes, we are dealing with location, but I think I'd rather see those over in that section because it sort of deals more, again, with sort of the operational concerns, you know? Again, some of the concerns raised around, well, if it's a shelter for children, you don't want to have it far away from a school, right? And so that's where the licensing, you know, weighing of options, I think, should come in. And, you know, maybe you do say, well, we, you know, in general, shelters should have a 500-foot buffer from school, except shelters that accept children, you know, or are focused on families, or, you know, whatever the language may be. But I would encourage staff if we could come back with, you know, some metrics on the planning side that deal with density of people and built form, and save the other requirements for licensing. That would be super helpful.
Councilor Sol, did you have something?
Yeah.
Please, yeah.
So I just wanted to comment on some guidelines that you were looking for. For me, I think safety is number one for wherever it is in the city. Opening up the city, I don't know how I feel about that, just opening the whole city. I would like to see buffers. I would like to see bed limits. What that looks like, I don't really know. This is all very new to me, but I think those things do need to be in place. I'm not saying that, you know, just because they're homeless, they're going to be bringing crime or they're going to be dangerous, but we just need to be preventative, and those things can happen, and you never know. So with those guidelines in place, I just think everyone would be a little more safe knowing that this is what's expected. So those are my thoughts.
Member Smith?
I just wanted to share that I have always felt that the overlay was very arbitrary, and so I'm in favor of removing the overlay entirely. And if our goal here is to be able to get to yes and have shelters and have these facilities, then I can't even imagine how challenging it is for somebody who wants to do a project like that to actually find a location, find a building. I can't imagine they're going to build a new building just because of how expensive that is. So by opening it up, I think it gives people who are interested in providing this kind of a service in the city the most opportunity to find an appropriate location without these sort of arbitrary limits that of an overlay, so.
Councilor Najin?
So just really quickly to come back to all the points, I think NCA neighborhoods in particular, we could probably follow the family housing definition or CLAs, right? We wouldn't necessarily have to open up anything past that to NCA. So if you live in a single family or now with LD 2003, I think it's up to 3 unit neighborhood. We wouldn't want to, I think, change what the family housing definition is, which is a group of related folks and 3 additional unrelated people. Is that correct, how we define family housing?
Yes, so that is a family, which is what is allowed to be in one dwelling unit.
And then CLAs, which are registered by the state, which are up to 8 individuals.
Yeah, so community living arrangements can take different forms, and
Recovery houses sometimes fall into that, people with TBIs, people
That's
who are
right.
transitional, moving from mental health situations where they were unhomed into homed, for instance, right?
Right.
These are all things that we don't regulate anyways.
right.
And so,
And I don't know, though, as a homeless shelter would fall into that, but if you're looking at the 8
well, I'm just
beds
thinking
as
about
like a
ways that we
metric.
can kind of
Mhm.
cover the entire city. So there's that piece. Past NCA, I think maybe we could look at like possibly having a soft limit to 15 or 20 beds depending, unless the underlying zoning permits bed and breakfast, hotel, or institutional. Because in all truth, like the hospitals are institutional, right? In those spaces, I think you could have a facility that could house up to 75 people. You could have transportation that works well, things like that. So these are just kind of concepts, but I would also like to point out that I think that just like the design standards, we would probably want to look at a process like that, as Member Cox had mentioned, so that there is flexibility in the application. So if it makes sense, we can say, this is something that we would waive because this is the need that it's filling. But those are just, I think, a basic to start with. Obviously anything that's institutional or anything that's industrial has the capability to transfer people in and out of it fairly easily, and some of them are centrally located. So those are just some suggestions.
Councilor Harriman, did you have something?
I'm all set, thanks.
Okay. Councilor Roy?
Thank you. Just to go back and answer Director Connor's question, I would agree with Member Cox too. I mean, I like the layout that she put in there, and I wasn't thinking about tearing down any of the guidelines that we have right now or the rules or anything like that. Just wanting to open up the space, keep the buffers and all that stuff, but have it kind of more open, like Councilor Najin was saying and Member Cox was, just to kind of maybe a case by case, and let's see if it fits the zoning or fits the area. So that's what I was looking at.
Member Cox?
I would just leave this thought, which is where we have seen the city's process of use of code and use of promotion of restrictions or desired use be the most impactful, and that means the most dollars invested, permits in, the most proposed amount of renovated space or new space being added, is where the city has been clear about what they do want, right? We would like to see a homeless shelter that specifically addresses families and youth, or we would like to see a homeless shelter that addresses safety concerns, pedestrian concerns, screening of property, security of property. When you say that which you are looking for, and the applicant has to go both before you and us to say how they've met the criteria about what you do desire, it gives us the guidance. But more importantly, what we have seen over the years is where we don't offer enough guidance about what we do want, and we have a list of 3 or 4 things of which we are restricting, and somebody thinks I'd address those 4 things, gets in front of you, or gets in front of us, or both, of which we give additional feedback, and they have wasted dollars, architecture, time, staff time, and they say, the heck with it, I'm going somewhere else. And that's negative for everybody. And so I think when you put that which you do want out, we are all collectively more successful. And that is what the design district overlay has done. We want this type of development, and within that, we look to prioritize these pieces. And I think that gives the guidance both to somebody investing in potential development, whether it's development of a board, development of a property, time invested or money invested, but then it also gives us the ability to say, you've addressed these 4 things that we really want, and this one thing feels like not addressed. So we'll approve it if you put in a security system, if you put in fencing. And it gives us the guidance to put those types of restrictions on their conditional use. And I think that would be a way in which any spot in the city could be the spot. Could be an agricultural farm that houses 30 people and also works on the farm. And we couldn't know that until someone proposes it, if we're based on what we want to see for outcomes for the city, the neighbors, and the people who'd be in that facility.
Thank you for that, Member Cox. I appreciate that. Yeah, we need to, what's the best way to say this? You know, when we had discussions in the past about licensure and zoning, it was really focused on how difficult can we make it for shelters. And, you know, for instance, if we use that same sort of like attitude and logic, you know, for restaurant licensure, we wouldn't have any new restaurants in town. And so we need, you know, we for sure need guidelines. You know, they can't be in just any place, and we need rules, but we really need to focus on how we can make things possible. We're starting to wrap up here, so final thoughts. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. I think I couldn't have said it better myself. We need not to restrict homeless shelter, but turn the coin over and say what can we do to not encourage, but what can we do to make this process easier? I would like to ask if we can have a similar workshop pertaining to the ordinance and licensing. Can we work with the city clerk and the powers that be in terms of shelter licensing? Because I have a number of questions, and I think we have concerns about that as well. And this is a big topic. We can't cover it all tonight, obviously, since we've run out of time, but I'd like to ask for that.
Madam Clerk, are you taking notes?
Yes,
You're the best. Councilor Najin.
Just really quickly, who currently sits on the shelter committee? Is it Councilor Gallant and Councilor Roy? Okay. If we get feedback from the shelter committee as well, that would be very helpful for the informative process to pass on to the planning board. And I would just close this out by saying that the design concept, the challenge is that zoning has always been based on you can do this with this space, you cannot do this with this space, right? It's always been use-based, right? And what we're trying to do is fit shelters into spaces where they will work for the community, for the people who will be using the services, and for the people who will be providing the services. And that sits a little differently, I think, than traditional zoning to say, you know, 74 Lisbon Street, you can open an eatery, but you cannot, you know, have a doctor's office, you know. So it's just something to think about with the design concept piece. I think that is really probably the best way to go.
Yes, Member Pine.
I'll be really quick. I think, you know, if we're looking for inspiration, the neighborhood stores and neighborhood restaurants provisions that we put into code, into zoning, 6 months ago, maybe a year ago, 12 months ago. Oh boy, time flies when you're having fun. I think those are a really good example of, okay, so we, you know, restaurants and stores, well, those can be huge, those can be ginormous, and those can really have an impact. And we figured out, you know, what are the restrictions we want to have around those so that they can fit into neighborhoods. And I think that type of framework could really work well for the zoning portion of this. I want to be very clear that, you know, we have the zoning portion and we have the licensure portion, and we need to keep those from getting too muddy.
Any final thoughts from planning board members? Any final thoughts from councilors? Staff, anything you need from us at this point?
I just want to clarify and make sure that we understand fully what's taking place. So there's going to be another workshop preferred for the licensure, and as well as getting guidelines or guidance from the ad hoc committee. I don't want to be duplicative in our efforts. I want to make sure that we're not putting the cart before the horse. So should we wait to, we have a plethora of notes and a lot to take in. Shall we wait and be guided by the licensure workshop so that we're not, starting something that needs to be completely redone based off of what you guys come out of the licensure workshop?
Member Cox, your thoughts on this?
Just and the ad hoc committee.
And the ad hoc,
Yeah,
correct.
so
Absolutely,
specifically,
yes,
I
both.
just, if we were to, from my perspective, if we were to assume that licensing comes first, is handled by the council, and then that licensed operation is then available to come in front of us, not saying we don't want to be part of it, but you can work that out yourselves and let your work and final say guide us. I do find it would be very helpful to hear the ad hoc committee's recommendation, should those recommendations come in time for our ability to address a warming shelter next winter. And I see that there are references to those first next steps on your council agenda tonight.
Councilor Roy, when do you think the shelter committee could take up this discussion?
I do know we have moved up our timeline, and I would say, good question. I wasn't expecting to have to be on the spot tonight.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, I spoke with the other co-chair, Craig Saddlemeyer, today.
Yes.
What Councilor Roy is talking about, moving the timeline forward, there's going to be some funding coming from Maine Housing. He's looking to come in front of the City Council on August 20th with the recommendations for an RFP to put out. So I think really the conversations we've had in the ad hoc committee was City Council, Planning Board is working on all the licensing. We're going to focus on the RFP and moving that section forward. We were having discussions that the expectation was that the shelter overlay would be removed. However, I was telling what staff was recommending of still keeping those, the buffer zones in place. And that's kind of what we've been working under right now.
Thank you for rescuing me, Administrator O'Malley. Appreciate that.
Councilor Nagy?
Just out of that, I guess the question is really quickly, if it's a city-directed shelter function, we don't necessarily need any type of a code piece to be in place because we could spot zone that specific project. Am I correct on that?
The city would go through the same conditional approval process.
If it wasn't allowed based on the current zoning, then yes, a contract zone could be created.
Okay. So that's not going to hold up the emergency warming shelter for this winter?
I think those are two different conversations. Emergency warming shelter and the ad hoc committee is a homeless shelter. So those are two different conversations, Councilor.
Yes, Councilor Chittum?
Yeah, I wanted to make that point. Member Cox, I think you alluded to a warming shelter and how that ties in with the ordinances here. And I want to reinforce what Administrator O'Malley said. They're two separate and distinct things. Later on this evening, we're going to be talking about an RFP and funding for an emergency warming shelter. But that's outside the purview of the planning board, outside licensing. It's a separate issue.
And I think the term is warming center as opposed to shelter.
Yep, thank you.
Director Connor, did any of that answer your question?
You did, sir.
Okay, excellent. Well, I appreciate, Member Cox, did you have something?
Yes, thank you for the clarification, Deputy City Administrator O'Malley and Acting Administrator. And to get you off the hook, Councilor Roy, I would say definitely two different conversations, but without having a formal recommendation for us or rushing that process, I do think and we've worked well previously together in buckets, but the buckets of that conversation, what are the services that are important to access, what are the considerations that you're talking about in all of those conversations, whether it's warming or shelter, would be the bullet points of criteria without you having to supply the recommendation of how many feet or how high a fence but I would guess that the items that you're talking about are the criteria that would greatly support the starting point for then creating formal recommendations. So definitely separate conversations, but I would assume that the buckets that you were talking about would be the needed started point for both of our bodies to be able to respond to proposals.
Final thoughts from you, Councillor Gallant?
Thank you, Mayor. In reality, the committee is looking at running something or working with someone to develop our own. So the criteria for a smaller or larger, we're not addressing. So the reason we really can't give you what you're asking for is we only give you what we think we want, not what some other individual wants. And that's probably what the problem. We're hoping to have, as Deputy Mayor said, we want to know that we have a larger area to look into to find something with someone, hopefully, once the RFP goes out, to build and do on. So we're looking only with a tunnel in our direction, not what a small one looks like or a super large one looks like.
Any final thoughts, Director Connor or Planner Norton?
No, sir. Thank you guys all for the feedback and for the information. We appreciate it.
Chair Bisson and Planning Board members, I deeply appreciate your service. Thank you for joining us this evening. Councilors, please stick around for the rest of our meeting. And we're going to be taking just a couple minutes, and we'll be starting up here soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to our Tuesday evening council meeting. Thank you for your patience as we put the room back together. In the very far back, we have Director Welsh, who is our Parks and Rec department chair, and I have it, she told me that July is National Parks and Rec Month. In honor of that and the fabulous job their department is doing, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Director Welsh? I think we're now up for a presentation from Lewiston Fire Association for the annual Youth Counselor Scholarship. If I can have Captain Kaye and I believe it's Amy Zhao join me at the front. People are excited to see you. Congratulations. So we have Amy Zhao, who's the 2024 valedictorian, going to be studying a pharmacy at Northeastern University. Huge round of applause for that. She submitted this outstanding essay, which I will quickly read, if that's okay. Okay. The city of Lewiston is my birthplace. Lewiston holds so many dear memories for me and so many people that I am grateful for. Ever since I was young, I knew I had wanted to give back and contribute to my community. In the first grade, I was eager to help with the lemonade and cookie sale at Montello Elementary School for the recent fire victims. As I watched my teachers work hard to raise money for people in need, I did not hesitate to aid them in their efforts. Whether it be giving out the sweets or sewing the blankets, I had so much fun helping others, knowing it was going to an important cause, to Lewiston. While I had been a quiet girl, that did not mean I was afraid to help others. As someone who focused on school, if anyone needed help with math, art, or reading, I always made sure to assist them in a kind, patient manner. I studied hard with this idea in mind and will continue to do so in the pharmacy field, which I hope to pursue a degree in. At St. Mary's Hospital, I was a junior volunteer for the past 2 years. It was a memorable experience as I was able to meet and learn so much about the patients I interacted with. There's nothing like helping others around the hospital or assisting them if they need anything. And so I spent much of my time here. This had also contributed to my interest in the healthcare and medicine field. People help others even if they are tired or exhausted, knowing they will not always receive a thank you. While I volunteered, I was able to understand this and still unconditionally gave back and contribute to my community. The Lewiston Youth Advisory Council has done the same for me and has given me the opportunity to help my community. Whether it be the meetings or the forum events we organize, I always feel accomplished after everything we do. It is through the Lewiston Youth Advisory Committee that I'm able to meet people who call Lewiston their home and aspire to make the city a better place. This has allowed me to share that feeling with others by helping them and bringing our community closer together. I'm grateful for the Lewiston Youth Advisory Committee and what it has brought me, including the opportunity to help others, be in touch with the community, and talk with others who have the same aspirations. It has helped me put my thoughts into actions and giving me the voice to aid the people of Lewiston. With this scholarship, I will be able to pay for my tuition, which amounts to a number that my family cannot afford. Education is important to me, and I want to be able to pursue it. After my pharmacy studies, I want to give back to Lewiston, to the people who have helped me get this far. This scholarship will help me do so. Thank you so much. And now we will have a presentation of the donation from the Dancing with the Dentist event from Councilor Soul.
Good evening, and thank you for coming. I'm Counselor Soul, Ward 5. Among the many lessons learned about the October 25th tragedy is that healing and recovery is not one size fits all, and that the city of Lewiston is so very fortunate to have had Maine's dental community recognize that. This past April, Maine's dental community came together for an unforgettable event to raise funds and awareness of our Maine Resiliency Center. What did we do? Well, hundreds came to watch dentists dance while I, along with 3 others, judged. It was great fun, and for a moment in time, we were able to smile, laugh, and set aside the tragedy to live vicariously through these talented dentists who not only can tackle tartar, but tango as well. Hopefully not at the same time. The festivities raised over $9,000 towards the MRC, and I'd like to thank Dr. Peter Then, Jam Poidomani, sorry if I missed that, for making Dancing with the Dentist happen. And now, here is Dr. Then.
Yes. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councilors, for this great opportunity to give back. After this terrible event.
It's okay.
Okay, moving on. So, just a little bit, I figured what's interesting is when I first came to Maine, I moved to Lewiston. I actually spent 2001, right after 9/11, for 6 months on One Buttonwood Lane. And I always remembered the community as being hardworking, honest, friendly, welcoming. And so thank you. And so it just really feels good to be able to give back to you guys. And I will pass it on to Jam. Jam is the better talker and she also deserves all the credit for putting this together. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I must say, coming from a very big city, I grew up in New York City, and 2 years ago I actually moved to Maine. And I have to say, there's nothing like the sense of community here in Maine. So I'm very honored, me and Dr. Tain, to present this check to the Lewiston community. And thank you for all the hard work that you do and serving your community. So here you go.
Flash, please. Dottie, we need you.
Good evening. Here this evening for something that I love to do every year when we announce the upcoming Youth Council year of the Lewiston Youth Advisory Council. It runs from July to July. So we have the majority of the incoming group with us here this evening. And I have with me, obviously, the mayor and then the council liaison to the Youth Council, Councilor Soul, who I believe she has a few words. Do you want to do that now, or she'll do it after? All right, so I'm going to bring them up. And we appreciate your willingness to serve. This is the 23rd year of the Lewiston Youth Advisory Council. It stood the test of time because of young people like you. So first person, and you can go down the line, and the mayor can hand you that, and handshakes. Kudumo Ahmed. Next person has done a lot of graphic design for us this year, Sieda Abdis Ahmed. Dika Bashir. Zara Bimby. This next certificate I'm going to put aside. It's Mulki Farrar. She is out of the country. She's a new member, and she will be back, I believe, next month. So I'll hold that for her. And then we have Miss Ava Golder. Mulki Hassan isn't with us. Nope, okay. Fadumo Hussein. Muno Hussein. Chatilla Nazar, and Chatilla and Ava presented last evening before the school committee and did a great job. Osley Osman could not be here this evening, but she's with us. And then we have another new person, Bailey Tederico, who I must say, when she interviewed recently, she blew our socks off. She was just phenomenal. Okay, we'll take a picture in a moment, but I know you wanted to share.
So I just want to acknowledge just how amazing these young adults are. I have had the honor of being a part of the Lewiston Youth Advisory Committee for the last 7 months, and these kids are just that. They're pretty amazing. Their dedication to helping others truly warms my heart, and I would like to thank each and every one of you for serving your city, for serving your schools, and allowing me to be a part of it. So thank you, and congratulations, Amy, and welcome, Bailey.
That's it, you're good.
You did really good. Good job. I asked him.
I actually just want to thank Dottie.
Another round of
Dottie, before you leave, I just wanted to thank you as well, because you're pretty amazing.
a round of applause for Dottie Parham-Whittier. And I was just about to say, they just left, but they're in the hall and they'll be able to hear us. So huge round of applause for our youth council. Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready to begin.
Yes, sir, thank you. All roll call votes for this meeting will begin with the Councilor of Ward 6.
I understand we have some minutes.
Yes, acceptance of the minutes of the June 18th meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Gallant, second by Councilor Chittum.
Second, yes.
Yes, okay. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
We are now up to public comment. Any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City Government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record, and please indicate if you are a Lewiston resident. Because this is the business meeting of the City Council, all questions should be directed to the mayor. We'll ask staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the city council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All personnel complaints should be made directly to the city administration office.
Charles Arthur Soul, 135 Bartlett Street, Lewiston, Maine, 71 years old, young. I attended the school budget meeting and found certain discretions in the proceedings. One was there were individual ferrying people into voting areas and aiding them in voting, even though they didn't speak the language, or maybe perhaps they didn't understand the question. There were also pamphlets in several different languages within the voting arena, which is no advertising 200 feet from the voting place, so it shouldn't have been there, and I had to confiscate it and pick it up after coming back from lunch and noticing it was in the 200-foot radius. Another thing is, I don't think the school board was upfront when they didn't let the public know that the allocation for more money was due to an expiration of a federal program that they wanted to carry on. Now, then there's the manipulation of the schedule that was set. There was supposed to be a city council meeting a week before the election. So the city council had a special meeting to cancel that meeting 1 week prior to the election, which I thought was a little underhanded because that was the last time that people could disagree with the principal issue. And I thought that was really underhanded. Another thing is the secret account that the school board had with $6 million in it, which was a carry-on from years and years of procuring it, the cash. That money was used to fill a hole in the budget. Well, what happens next year? Are they going to take more money from that account to fill the hole that they made in the budget because they used funds from that secret account to patch a hole in the year school budget 24-25? You know, they had also, you know, I don't know, I'm 72 years old. I imagine there's a lot of older people here that probably see democracy eroding right in front of us. It's just, you know, I don't know what's going on with America.
That's time, thank you.
It needs a good drug beating.
Thank you.
Matthew Egrin, Ward 4. So once again, I'm back here to remind you that under the current rules that this council voted on, you've agreed to limit the right of the public to comment to a single 15-minute block, after which you must suspend all public comment and continue on with council business. There is no place to continue this public comment, so our only option then is to send an email to publiccomments@lewiston.gov, which you, the mayor, and the administrator see, but the public doesn't get to see. That could be fixed if you would put those emails up with sans identifying information so that the public could see them. I've suggested before, let's put a second section of public comment at the end of the meeting. Many of you have agreed. You still haven't done it. Also, currently as the rules are written, while Robert's Rules of Orders are your parliamentary procedure, except where provided herein, that last word becomes a major problem for you. Herein means in this document. Section 12, suspension of the rule. Any of the foregoing rules may be suspended, providing a minimum of 5 council members vote. Foregoing, occurring before, in front of, in time, place, rank, or sequence. Do you all know where the rules covering public comment are? 15, where by your own rules, you can't change them. But I did find it funny in your rules. The council can grant a member of the public longer than 3 minutes to speak in the public comment period. But it doesn't say, do you have to ask for that before you start speaking, after you run out of time? Something that I need to remember and get an answer on. But nothing in there says you can extend the 15-minute time period. I do hope the presiding officer, when I'm done up here, can answer the question for all of us here and those of us viewing online about how, when we request to go longer than 3 minutes. Now, I ask, no, I beg of you all, fix this problem so that all of the citizens and taxpayers of this city have an opportunity to be heard in front of you and the public on any issues relating to city business that they wish. I'd also ask that you change the opening segment of public comments from 15 to 21, which most nights would cover the majority of public comment speakers, if you figure there have been 7 to 9 of us, depending on how long most people speak. I thank you for your time, and I hope to hear an answer.
Further public comment? Public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, I believe we have a consent agenda.
We do. There are 2 items on the consent agenda this evening. Item number 1, continuation of public hearing regarding the tax increment finance district proposal for the Continental Mill property. And number 2, orders authorizing execution of municipal quitclaim deeds for real estate located at 160 Scribner Boulevard and 22 Shank Street.
So moved.
One second, councilors. Mr. Agron, yes.
I'd like to once again remove from the consent agenda the continuation of the public hearing regarding the text.
We will remove it, thank you. So now we are voting on just item number 2, correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Councilor Chittum?
So moved.
Seconded by?
Go ahead.
Councilor Glant, was that you?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 1, I'm sorry, from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Agenda item number 1.
Item number 1, continuation of public hearing regarding the tax increment finance district proposal for the Continental Mill property. Requested action to continue the public hearing regarding the tax increment finance district proposal for the Continental Mill property to the next regular city council meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum, seconded by Councilor Harriman. Director Jeffers, thank you for joining us this evening. Would you care to kick this off?
I'd be happy to. This is a TIF that we fully expected would be in front of the council several months ago. As we have moved forward with it, there have been continuing to be issues that have arisen that need conversations with the council, not in the public eye. These are real estate-related issues. We will be talking later this evening. And the reason for the continuation, we fully expect it will be in front of the council in August. There was great debate at staff level on whether we should continue it or just re-advertise it when we're ready to go. And I sort of said I really am confident we'll be here in August. And so I won that one. I don't think I'll win again, though. So that's the background.
Sometimes big deals can take a while, and I appreciate you and your department's tenacity, Director Jeffers. Comments or questions from the council? Public comment for this agenda item.
Matthew Egrin, Ward 4. As long as Jeffers is convinced that in August we'll have this, I see no problem continuing. If not, it needs to be tabled until they're ready to bring this forward. It's been 4 months now. It just keeps being continued. It looks bad.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Director Jeffers, we appreciate you and your team. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Item number 3, correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Item number 3, public hearing on a new application for a liquor license for El Pocho's Mexican Grill LLC, 97 Lisbon Street. Requested action to authorize the city clerk's office to approve a new application for a liquor license for El Pocho's Mexican Grill LLC, 97 Lisbon Street.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Harriman,
Second.
second by Councilor Chittum. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. I had a great lunch there the other day. Thank you. We have Yolanda and Todd in the audience. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you. And thank you for doing business in Lewiston. Item number 4.
Item number 4,
One second, Madam Clerk. I'm not sure what happened, but I'm up here without a pen. Do you perhaps have an extra pen for me? Oh, well, look, somebody just threw me a pen. We're fine. I appreciate everyone's help. Madam Clerk, please continue. Item number 4.
Item number 4, public hearing on a new application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for the 20M Social Club, 195 Lincoln Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment for the 20M Social Club, 195 Lincoln Street.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councilor Gallant. Discussion. Public comment. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Item number 5.
Item number 5, public hearing on a renewal application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for Little Joe's Bar and Grill, 740 Sabata Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment for Little Joe's Bar and Grill, 740 Sabata Street.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councilor Gallant. Discussion. Councilor Chittum.
Question for the city clerk. There is a question on these applications that asks for the distance to the nearest residential dwelling unit inside and outside the building. Why do we ask that question, number 1? And number 2, do we verify that the information provided on the application is correct?
So I believe we asked for it just regarding distance to no potential impact of the abutters. We've had some past issues in the city where a establishment with live music that went late till like 1 o'clock in the morning was very close to an apartment building, a residential building, and it created some issues. So we just asked that, I think, in advance for clarification. I believe it is reviewed by the Code Enforcement Department when they review and recommend approval of the license. So usually usually a lot of business licenses go to police, fire, and code and ask them their recommendations for approval, and then it comes back to us for issuance.
Well, somebody dropped the ball then, because the applicants indicated that the nearest residence is 200 yards away. That's 600 feet. The city GIS information tells me that it's 110 feet to 15 Stanley Street.
Okay, we'll
So,
double check that.
This has happened several times before where the applicant has simply made up numbers.
Okay, we'll double check on that tomorrow regarding verification. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilor Najin.
Just on that, a lot of the zoning for specific uses have a setback requirement. Little Joe's has existed for quite a while. It's not based on the property line. It's actually like door to door, and it's measured straight as the crow flies. So
That was door to door.
Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to see on here who approves these in that department, because we get a lot of them in here with mistakes. I just like to see if there's a trend. We're not getting any feedback to whether or not they agree with us if we disagree. And I think, whoever's done it ought to own up to their work so we have an idea what's going on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Najin, yes.
just a comment concerning Little Joe's. The establishment's been there for quite a while, and I personally have seen no issues with it. It wasn't on the constituent concern list for businesses, just to mention that. And sometimes uses that wouldn't be permitted as new uses, non-conforming uses, they continue on in the city, so.
Public comment for this agenda item. Do we have a representative from Little Joe's here? Please tell them I'm busy. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2? Yes. Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 6.
Item number 6, public hearing and final passage regarding an amendment to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 54, Parks and Recreation, to change the name of Randall Road's softball complex located at 381 Randall Road to Ron Moran Memorial Fields. Requested action that the proposed amendment to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 54, Parks and Recreation, to change the name of Randall Road softball complex located at 381 Randall Road to Ron Moran Memorial Fields receive final passage by a roll call vote.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum, second by Councilor Harriman. Director Welsh, thank you for joining us. Please kick us off.
Certainly. So Ron Moran tragically lost his life during the October 25th shootings. On June 18th, we had the first passage and a really great presentation, including his family. And that was, again, we need 2 passages and 2 public hearings for this ordinance change. So June 18th was the first one, and this is the second one. We did have a sign unveiling the following weekend. I want to thank Hammond Lumber for donating the sign and all the materials needed. And a quick shout out to our Public Works departments for getting the sign up and everything ready to go for that presentation.
I was there at the sign unveiling. It's a beautiful sign on both sides, and Ron has the biggest screen you've ever seen. Councilor Roy.
I would definitely agree with that. That sign is amazing. I was there and loved every minute of it. I mean, yeah, it's a good tribute to Ronnie. I think it's awesome. So,
Councilor Chittum.
Yes, I was there as well. There were 200 or so people in attendance. It was well attended and a lovely ceremony. I would like to hope that we remember Ron Moran for his contributions to the city, to the athletic department, to the sports in the city, rather than the fact that he was a victim. I think his accomplishments far outweigh the manner of his untimely demise, and I would like that to be kept foremost in people's minds. Thank you.
Public comment for this agenda item.
Matthew Diegren, Ward 4. I'm grateful to see the City Council is following proper procedure with the final passage of this. Unfortunately, the city already unveiled the new sign, put it in place. You guys, the Park and Recs kind of jumped the gun. They really shouldn't have, because you guys tonight could, in theory, vote this down. You won't, because it's a great thing, but you could have. And the city had already unveiled the new signage. They should have waited until this weekend.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Director Welsh, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yep, we do realize that we were going ahead and kind of going out of order there, but because of the availability of the family, we decided it was appropriate to bump that date up so we could have the most of the family present for that day, because had we held off, we wouldn't have been able to have the family that was out of town present for that ceremony.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 7.
Item number 7, public hearing and adoption of order approving the establishment of the Gendron Active Living Estate Tax Increment Financing District Development Program and Credit Enhancement Agreement. Requested action. There are 2 items for requested action. The first item, to conduct a public hearing regarding establishing the Gendron Active Living Estate Tax Increment Financing District Development Program and Credit Enhancement Agreement to consider if anyone claims the project will have a substantial detrimental effect on that party's property interests, and then determine if those detrimental effects are outweighed by the benefit of the Gendron Active Living Estate Project.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councilor Harriman. Director Jeffers, please kick us off here.
I'd be delighted to. First of all, I've got Mr. Gendron, Dave Gendron, his grandson Noah Gendron in the audience, so if you have any questions, they are available for that. This is a project really that's been in development since 2018 when Mr. Gendron bought the 11 acres that are sited on one side by Charles Street. It's near the Farwell Street School, and it's near Meadowview, which is owned by the Lewiston Housing Authority along Sabata Street. This gives you the real estate that's involved. This next map gives you a sense of where it is within the city. The project, there was a rezoning that has gone through, and it took a couple of iterations to get it right. There was quite a bit of discussion. Charles Street neighborhood participated in that. The zoning that was permitted was significantly more than the number of units that are currently being proposed for the site. When they really started digging in, peeling back, once they had the zoning in hand, they really started looking hard at the real estate, looked at environmental limitations on the site and other constraints, and as they worked through the development, they came to the conclusion they could build 208 units on the site. They planned to do it in 3 phases, not 3 buildings in each. The buildings will be 4 stories tall, which is less tall than what was permitted by zoning, and I think we're about 100 units shy of what the maximum that was allowed under the zoning. You can see the phasing there. It'll be 64 apartments in phase 1, 80 apartments in phase 2, and then 64 in the last phase. It'll be a mix of 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. The exact mix is still being determined. They're still working through their architectural issues, but their hope and plan is to build this every 2 years. It'll take about 1.5 years, 2 years to build phase 1. As soon as it's done and starting to fill up, they'll start on phase 2. So the ideal is they would fully build this out within 6 years. It will be a market rate apartment complex, and the total level of investment anticipated is about $49 million, and that's today's dollars. The development program, which is really needed to help make this project economically viable, it will be a 22-year TIF district, and that's sort of an odd quirk of state law, where you have to create the district, even though we're only going to be providing reimbursements to the developer for a 20-year period. They want it established now, so if you folks approve this, the district will be established now, and when they get to full value, when that first phase is built, will be April 1 of 2026, and that's our fiscal year 27. So that's really what the TIF is built for. It'll be a 20-year reimbursement. As we talked about this, a lot of the site costs are going to be incurred early on for all 3 phases. That's several $1 million worth of additional site work that will need to be done before the other phases come on board. So you only have 64 units to help cover the cost of about $3.5–4 million worth of site work, and the judges can correct me if I have that number wrong. But they had asked for 75% reimbursement for those first 5 years or until phase 2 is built. If they get it built in phase, in 2 or 3 years after phase 1's done, the TIF level would drop to a 65% reimbursement. And regardless of whether it's 5 years or let's say 2 or 3 years, the 65% will carry through the rest of the TIF term. And I've got some pro formas here. There's also traffic improvements that need to be made. As they were going through the rezoning process, a traffic study was done, commissioned by the city, and there's been a lot of concern about impacts to traffic in the neighborhood. It's already an area with recognized deficiencies. Neighborhood spoke loudly and clearly. We did do a traffic study. The recommendations, which were included as part of the joint development agreement, TIF agreement with the developer, are listed here. It's effectively incorporating signal timing and phasing to improve traffic flow in the area, doing signal black plates and reflective borders, to sort of minimize the running of red lights and increase signal visibility. There'll be ADA improvements in intersections. There'll be a rapid flashing beacon at the Farwell Street school crossing. They'll eliminate left turns from northbound Russell Street and approach onto East Avenue, and then install new video detection at the Farwell and Webster Street intersection. So again, that's what was articulated in the traffic study, and that work, much of that work's already underway. These are the pro formas showing how all the numbers will work, and trying to, I realize this is relatively tough for you folks, it did go out in your packages, but working with Bill Healy, he believes the optimal assessed value on a per unit basis will be $201,500, and I should note that is after the reval is done. So that's going to be at 100% value in 2027. The reval will be in place. The mill rate that's shown right in the middle of this spreadsheet, currently we're right around 32.51. That still has not been settled with the school budget just completed. But Bill Healy said our assessment ratio should drop by about 54%. So the mill rate that's being used is the 1756 per thousand, and that's against 100% valuations. So that shows you the tax revenue that will be generated in each phase, and it's $224,000 in phase one. This particular spreadsheet shows that for a 5-year time period, and then it really doesn't matter how the other phases come online. So it would be, this one's at 5 years at 75%, and then it would drop for 65% for the remaining 15 years on the TIF. The city would be receiving 25% in the first 5 years, then coming down to 35% of the new tax revenue generated. So new tax revenue to the city with phase one is $56,000 a year. When phase two comes online, it'll be about $177,500. And then when phase three comes on, we're about $256,700 in new tax revenue to the city. The approximately $7.7 million in TIF revenue going back to the project really is needed to make this project economically viable. They did provide me with a pro forma, which I reviewed. We've talked about some of this in executive session. But this is a challenging deal financially. They are, it's really the Gendrons, I think, relationships around the city. They've had contractors working for them for many years. They have those relationships. They did their best to estimate the costs, but there's no guarantee those costs are going to be what they anticipate. This project could be more than $49 million project. Could be a $55, $60 million project. TIF's not changing, but those costs are there. They're doing this at their risk. Even at those numbers, especially in phase one, there are parameters that banks look at to determine is it bankable. And even with the 75% TIF going back to them, this would not be underwritten by a bank. They have something called the debt service coverage ratio, which city's loan, we just had a loan committee meeting today. Typically, you want to be at 1.2 or 1.25 dollars for every dollar of rent you would have. That's called the debt service coverage ratio. How much money you have coming in, how much needs to go out. This project is below 1. So there's less money coming in than they'll have going out in debt service with the 75% TIF. The return on their equity going into this, it's not that it's all being bank financed. They've got a lot of their own money going in. Again, that ratio is well below 1, and you just don't want to see that. So this is really a giving back to the community by the Gendrons, and it's a skinny deal. And without the TIF support, it's really not economically viable. And let me give you the second phase. This one is, if everything goes as hoped, this would be phase one's done in 2 years. Phase two gets done 2 years later, and so it runs out. So the return to the Gendrons over the course of time is $8.6 million. What's coming back to the city is just shy of $4.6 million over the course of the 22-year TIF district. You'll notice on both of these, when we first started talking about this TIF, it was originally a 65% ask. When they really started digging into phase one, realized they'd have less revenue becoming, because they were having 64 units instead of 240 units. And they saw they had all these site costs. That's when the ask had changed. But at the end of the day, over the 22 years, it's still working out very close to 65% return over the course of the TIF, and the other one's at 66%. So this really comes very close to their original ask. They're just looking for additional support in phase one until it gets built. Another benefit of TIFs is, is what's called the tax sheltering benefit. The state determines how much a city is going to pay in county taxes and how much they will receive from the state for state revenue sharing and for state aid for education. If you've got more of a total assessed valuation for the community, they say, you got a better capacity to pay on your own, so we're not giving you as much state aid for education. We're not going to give you as much state revenue sharing. And on top of it, you can pay more in county taxes. When we TIF documents, that assessed valuation that's going back to the developer, that doesn't get counted in our total assessed valuation. So that allows us to maintain paying the same amount of county taxes we've been paying, and allows us to continue to receive that state aid for education and revenue sharing, that but for TIFing it, we would lose those revenues. So the benefit to this is about $9.2 million, again, over the 22 years. Running to pro forma on both the 5-year and the 2-year, the more accelerated, the numbers are with one side of 9.2 million or the other. They're very close. To summarize this, it's new market rate housing coming to the area. It is 11 acres that's really been kind of primed for development for a long time. It was originally owned by Hannaford, and it was where they were going to build their first retail store. It used to be, I think it was called Spofford's, or those who grew up in the community may know better, but it was Cottles, maybe it was? Cottles, thank you. Okay, thank you. So Cottles was going from a warehouse. They were going to be, ultimately they didn't build it, but it is a well-placed site. It's close to the school. It's close to turnpike interchanges. It's on the municipal water and sewer, and it's close to hospitals and whatnot. The traffic improvements identified going through the rezoning are already part of the deal. This land is currently generating just shy of $2,400 a year in taxes. It will generate $256,000 annually in general fund revenues once all 3 phases are built. And after the 22-year TIF district is over, it'll be generating $990,000. So I see this as, and $9.2 million in tax shift benefits to the city. So this is economically very positive for the city. I don't think the Gendrons are asking for more than it's really taking to get this deal done. It's very tight from a financing perspective. The returns are not overly generous. They are just marginally there. But they know the city needs more housing. This is going to be market rate housing. They want to see it done, and they're excited to do it. And if you've got questions, Dave and Noah are here, and I'm happy to field questions as well.
Thank you so much, Director. Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we go back to the TIF slide, please? All the way back. We talked about the 5 years?
This is the 5-year one.
No, keep going back. Keep going. Keep going. One more time. Right, one more. Nope, go forward.
Those are the maps.
Yep, right there. My question is, what happens at the end of phase 1, at the end of 2 years, and let's say financially they can't do phase 2? Do we continue to 75% TIF until he finishes phase 2? Because the way it reads, I'm not sure that we're going to be getting down to 65 if phase 2 never starts. That's my question.
It is either 5 years or phase 2's completion. If they don't build phase 2 in year 6, it still goes down to the 65%. So the TIF document itself is written specifically saying 5 years or whenever phase 2 is completed, whichever comes sooner.
So ever comes sooner is in a document somewhere?
Yes.
But if it just says or, that doesn't mean sooner.
No, it is whichever comes sooner.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Councilor Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of my questions I have for this, is there an age limit for the people that can live there? I do remember when this first came on, it was 55 and older. Has that gone away?
No, it's a good question, and it was a change that's just happened over the last week or so. The intent with Engendrance first proposed this was that it would be a 55-plus community. And I think that is still their intent. I'll let them speak to it. But the way the legal document was written, if, let's say, the market does not embrace it as they expected, they would have a legal document saying they could only lease to people 55 and older. They may not be getting support from that community, and there's a lot of other people who also need housing. So they asked for that 55 plus be pulled from the legal document.
Okay, so with a school that's overcrowded already, that probably won't go with me. But anyways, so is, this is for the administrator and the city clerk. If there's a yes vote tonight, what happens from here?
If there's a yes vote for the TIF?
Yep.
Then the project would move forward, and the next step would be to bring it to the planning board.
Okay. And if there's a no vote?
My assumption would be that that would be up to the genders. My assumption would be that this project would not occur.
Okay. Will there be, if this is a yes vote tonight and it moves to the planning board, will there be any public comment from the neighbors in that, or the people that live in that neighborhood?
Yes, the planning board, they would notify the abutters, all the neighbors, they'd have the opportunity to come and speak before the planning board, and then the planning board would be able to make their recommendation in regards to the plan that's submitted in terms of the, the project itself.
And what is the way that people are going to be notified? Is that social media? Is that newspaper? So that everybody involved in the neighborhood could get?
Normally, they do mailings to the abutters, but we probably would, because of the size of the project and knowing that there's some folks in that neighborhood, we'd probably do additional social media as well as, but we do mailings to the abutters of the property.
And because it's a public hearing, I believe an ad would also be placed in the newspaper as well.
Okay, so a mailer to everybody in the neighborhood that's concerned in that area?
To the abutters is how we do it.
Okay. That's all I have right now.
Councilor Najin.
One of the points I'd just like to bring up is when we talk about the tax sheltering effect, we're usually talking about diverting funds to infrastructure improvements or funding other development type projects as opposed to just deferring it back to the developer. So when we're talking about the tax sheltering effect, in effect, we're not really sheltering any tax, we're just giving that back. One of the things, though, based on the fact that it is so expensive to build right now, and if you're going to, the Gendron family is probably one of the few families that can actually self-fund a project like this. I also understand that they're not going to be seeing the types of revenues that you would expect if they're doing it in 3 phases immediately. It takes a while to build it out, and then. One thing to keep in mind with any type of housing, within 20 years of building it, then you have to go through renovations. So yes, in the long run, a project like this can definitely return volumes, but in the beginning, it is a challenge to get it up and running. And considering the fact that we have people in our community whose homes are worth $300,000, $350,000, who are living on $24,000 a year. Who have no place to move to. I do like the idea of having some market rate housing that's accessible in the downtown area close to St. Mary's on a major route that already has housing development right next to it. I do think that the challenges as far as the road conditions are concerned on Farwell, East, and Russell, while this is a good start in this package, for sure, I think that MDOT needs to work harder, and we need to work harder with MDOT and AVCOG, because it's not enough. It's certainly not enough for the people who already live there. So I just wanted to point out those things. Without a doubt, receiving funding from a bank in order to build this right now would be impossible. And knowing the ways in which these projects get developed, there will be no real return on investment, at least until the 3rd phase gets up and open. So, just my comments.
Councilor Roy, back to you.
Thank you. To Councilor Nijine's point, yeah, there are houses that are worth maybe $350,000, but when you put housing development in there that is double the size of those and as many units, I'm very concerned about the way that that's going to change that neighborhood. And to the point of the streets and all that stuff, already people sit through 3 lights to get across Sabata Street. When you're looking at putting 208 units onto Firewell Street with all the exhaust fumes that are already going into those houses right now, I am very concerned with this project and where people are coming out of that property. This is forever going to change that neighborhood, and I know we need the housing, don't get me wrong, and I really thank you for doing business with the city. This is a neighborhood I've lived in for a long time, and this is going to impact everybody in that neighborhood. And and at a 75% TIF, I can't do that. There's no way.
Councilor Sol.
I just have a question. I apologize if it's a silly question. The TIF reimbursement, the reimbursed funds go back into the project. It's not just a, here you go. Am I understanding that correctly?
The Gendron family would pay taxes on it. It would be reimbursement of those taxes paid, but those costs help to cover the debt that's incurred, so it's not.
So in theory, it's going back to the project?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It's absolutely going in the project. It's to
I mean,
help,
I
it's
know
to
after
help
22
make it.
years, they're done building, but in year 20, that reimbursement, those funds, is it just to reimburse previous?
Well, after the 20-year reimbursement period is done, all tax revenue generated by it comes directly to the city's general fund.
But the purpose of a TIF is to give funds back so that they can continue their project.
And to make it economically viable.
Okay.
It really is. Without the support from the city, would the project move forward? And it will not. Okay. It is very skinny on the financials.
Nobody loves to see the TIF.
No. I mean, and if our construction costs are the same in Lewiston, but our rents are not the same as they're paying in Portland.
I fully support it. I support the project. It hurts, but I support it. Another concern I have is the traffic. I'm concerned about traffic on East Avenue. There's already a lot of it. It's already hard to get off my street, so that's something that I'd like to see maybe looked at a little closer, if it can happen. So, thanks.
Yes, to Director Jeffers' point, a TIF can help make a project happen and close the gap, and this is what is needed here. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. I'll remind Council that this question before us tonight is an economic question as to whether we create a tax increment financing district. It has absolutely nothing to do with density, with traffic, with signal improvements. It is purely an economic question. So those questions will be answered later on in the process through people who perhaps know more than we do about planning, about traffic evaluations, about densities, about neighborhood impacts. The question before us tonight is this a viable economic project? And that's exclusively what it is.
Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand, too, the need for housing. But when you first brought it to us, it's for senior housing, which I'm all about because we don't have any. And I thought senior housing market rate was a great way to go. I do have a grave concern about the school impact and the traffic because seniors, maybe half of them might have cars. Whereas regular people, everyone's going to have at least one car, if not more. So, I have my doubts on this, not from a TIF standpoint, just from the standpoint that it was originally presented to me as a seniors project, and I was 110% behind that. This project as it is, I'm not too sure about it, quite frankly.
And I appreciate your perspective on that. This literally was a change just over the last week. And I think it was really when the Gendrons actually saw, here's the legal document that's saying you can only rent to those 55 plus was the way it was written. And that caused a moment of pause saying, we think the market's there, we assume the market's there, that's a market we'd like to go after. But heaven forbid, there's not enough demand. They didn't want to have 208 units built and people wanting to live there, but they were younger than 55, and so that's why the change. So,
Councilor Najin.
To echo Councilor Chittum's point, but maybe to put a little bit of a definer on it. The only thing that is before us right now is to decide whether or not we want to establish a TIF district. I do think it's important that some of the other considerations that we're discussing are considered in the TIF district, but I think what we're really looking at, because there's an entire process to this that goes through the planning board and then comes back to the council again for 2 separate meetings with public meetings before final passage on the development project, is do we want to see housing that's paying tax in this area, and are we willing to take this TIF to do it? And again, considering how much housing has been built here in the past 20 years, in comparison to how much is standing here, and what it takes in order to encourage this type of development. I'm in favor of the TIF district because it's going to increase both housing and sorely needed market rate housing, and allow a project to move forward that still has many hurdles to pass, 100%, but that will increase the tax base and increase housing.
Director Jeffers, for our benefit and the public's benefit, so if we pass this tonight and then it goes to what, planning board, or what happens from there exactly?
It would go to the planning board. I believe it's scheduled hopefully for later this summer. They're actively working their way through all the engineering and whatnot. The one correction, it will not come back to the council. This is a planning board decision. There's no rezoning associated with it. We've been through that process when they did the rezoning originally. That's the planning board makes a recommendation. Council has 2 readings on it. This one does not need a rezoning at this point. They're actually doing less than what they're allowed to by zoning.
Thank you.
Minor correction, but.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Najin, did you want to add something?
Yeah, just to tack onto that, absolutely correct. I was on the planning board the last time around, and it has been zoned for the type of development that we're talking about, so.
Councilor Roy.
Thank you. I just don't feel waiting 22 years to see the return on this for the city. I mean, at that big of a chunk, I don't see that, so.
We're going to head to public comment in a second. Director Jeffers, I'm under the impression that 20 years is a normal amount of time for a TIF. Can you please elaborate on that?
They do vary. State statute allows them to go as long as 30 years. I don't think we have ever done a 30-year TIF. Excuse me. We've got an omnibus TIF, which is for a 30-year period. That's where you can do multiple TIF agreements within a larger district. But the actual amount being reimbursed runs anywhere from 10 to 15 to 20 years. So 20 years is pretty typical. We've had a handful of shorter-term ones. The majority of them have been around 20 years. Reimbursement periods.
Gotcha. Thank you. Public comment for this agenda item.
Yeah, Chris LaChapelle, Ward 4. I'm here to speak against giving.
Do you mind just lowering your voice just a little bit?
Sorry.
Thank you.
I project.
You're good.
I'm here to speak against giving TIF to Gendron's development. I think it's clear there was never a plan in place when he convinced the last council to change this parcel from a neighborhood conservation zone to a contract zone. It was stated then that there was a plan, even with disagreement of the plan by the constituents. That council, with concessions of removing some uses and additional buffers, passed a zoning change. This was after the planning board voting against this change, causing a supermajority vote by council, which overruled planning board recommendations. I'll remind the council the original Lewiston Legacy Plan done in 2017, prior to the purchase, was meant for a suggested farmers market year-round. And that was by the suggestions of input of residents, businesses, property owners, organizations, city staff. They all suggested this. And there wasn't a prior legacy plan since 1997, so 20 years. In regards to this project, prior council limited some uses and restricted height of others, but still allowed up to 5-story housing, even with continued disagreement from constituents. With additional buffers, of course, somehow felt they calmed concerns. The claim was the new legislation could have allowed more permanent housing than the proposal of 350-plus market rates they planned to put in for 55-plus community. That was the Gendron's aforementioned original plan proposed. The council stated almost $1 million would be brought into coffers, and the Good Boy Club deemed so. Now, with the reduced number of that housing offered in the plan, which I'm guessing is because there never was a plan, and at best a study realizing there's little demand for market rate housing, especially in this climate. Of course, it's not economically viable. I don't trust what other changes might be made and at significant cost to city coffers. A new street full of new homes would offer significant growth to a wonderful neighborhood, and I would love to see the zone change reversed and Gendron do something really community-based. I won't hold my breath, though. Knowing that's too late, I'm strongly opposed to tax reduction going to anything this project involves, and this should have been upfront information at the time the original zone was proposed, especially with the Farwell Street neighborhood continued disagreement with zoning changes dating back decades. Additionally, much of the current TIF projects are revitalizing existing structures or developed spaces, not encroaching on existing residential neighborhoods directly next to an elementary school. Thank you.
Well said, Mr. LaChapelle. I just wanted, Charles Soule, 135 Bartlett Street, Lewiston, Maine. I just wanted you people to know that when you're talking about contacting the abutters, that piece of property's only got 4 abutments to it. So that doesn't mean it takes in the neighborhoods or takes in the side streets. So, and then again, if you put it in a newspaper, and I talked to the deliverers, there's a little over 6,000 newspapers being delivered in Lewiston, so that's like making no contact. Thank you for your time.
Matt Roy, Ward 3. Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Chittum's point, I believe, these TIF agreements and districts aren't a silo to the connected issues. There's no point of doing a development if you're not going to have the interconnected support systems that are going to be, well, more dependence on those support systems, transportation, general infrastructure, if you're not going to address that from the beginning. Thank you.
Further public comment, please step right up. Sorry, one second. Did you have something, Councilor Chittum?
I was waiting for public comment, and I was priming my hand because I have council comments.
We are coming back to us very shortly. Please continue, ma'am.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to talk, Mr. Mayor. My name's Sharon Bell. I'm from Ward 4. I'm concerned. I know this is about the TIF, and you said that it doesn't concern streets and whatnot, but it does. It's listed in here as part of the TIF. Just going to East Avenue and Russell, making a correction there is not going to take care of the traffic that's already there. One suggestion that I made was Webster Street originally was very narrow at the Webster and Farwell end. Now you've made it super wide, making it very easy for people to just flow right through there. You've got tractor trailer rigs coming through, you've got commercial buses coming through there. The sidewalks are not safe for the kids. If you threw in some, I know you probably don't like them, but the speed bumps,
Yeah.
that would tremendously deter people, because who wants to drive through a neighborhood where you have to go through, you have to slow down so much to go over that big speed bump? The kids are not safe walking through there. I walk the street. I don't feel safe because it feels like people are targeting the people on the sidewalk. In fact, I suggested maybe putting rumble strips down the side, next to the sidewalk, because people aren't paying attention when they're driving. They're not looking straight forward. They're looking at what's on their phone beside them or whatever. This is in my backyard. It's difficult to imagine that field now with looking out my backyard, my back windows, feeling like, okay, I'm gonna have people looking down into my bathroom, my bedroom, my kitchen. I know there's gonna be a project back there, but it's just heart-wrenching to all of us on the street when I know that they bought it before, trying to get a street that you'll see on the division, the two inserts there, the one that comes out between the buildings. They had tried to put a street in there before, and the neighbors all fought it, got an attorney, and they won. And street, you know, a street that's on paper could not come out onto Charles Street. I don't know if that's something that they're thinking about doing later on, because going out onto East Avenue is a nightmare. It's not wide enough. You've already got Noria there. That whole area, traffic-wise, is a nightmare. Pulling more cars in there is just going to add to it. Thank you for listening.
Hi, Ann Odom, Ward 4. Just to mention, at 208 apartments, most people, families have at least 2 cars. You're talking about 416 cars. That's going to be put more into our area. I know on Charles Street, a lot of people, if the traffic is backed up already on Farwell Street, they come down Charles Street and they go really, really fast, and the kids are in the street playing because it's supposed to be a, you know, not such a busy road. But also, I have a question. You said that after phase 1, that the money goes back into the development, it doesn't go back to Gendron. Is that correct? The tax revenue that you're saving, the 2/3 of the taxes that he would be paying?
I'm not quite sure how to explain it, but the developer pays the taxes on the new value that's being created.
Right.
And the TIF agreement that's being contemplated tonight returns those taxes paid back to the developer. The developer needs those to pay the project costs associated with that. This is
Right.
not purely to enrich the developer. It's like, project's not economically viable without it. Does that address your question, or is it?
My
not?
question is he mandated that he has to put that funds into that development and not used for other developments?
I mean, it's needed to make the project function financially.
But it's not mandated, so he can use that money for other projects and say, I'm gonna put just one building up, and I'm only have to pay 1/3 of the taxes, and I can use that money for other developments. Is that correct?
I suppose that's correct, but they will have the debt on phase 1, and the amount of money they'll be getting back is not enough to cover the debt service.
So they're gonna have the debt, but my understanding was he needed that money to develop the next building. Is that not true? So he can afford to build the first building, but he needs that money to build the second building?
The phase 1, without any TIF, is not economically viable. There'd be no reason to make
All
it.
right.
It would be a pure donation, and they'd be losing money from day 1. The way this is built is with phase 2 and phase 3, the economics, the amount of return on investment to the developer improves with each phase. But if they never build phase 2, it is a money loss. to
Yeah,
the general
so I'm sorry, I don't understand this, the whole text, I'm trying to understand it.
And it's complicated stuff, so I'm
Yeah.
not, it's.
So what you're saying is, he needs the 2/3 break of or 3/4 of the taxes returned, so that he can afford just this one building.
Right, and
And then he'll get income, so that he can support to build the other buildings.
right, and I guess I went through it quickly. When banks are looking at financing a project, they say
Yeah.
how much money is coming in, and how much money needs to be paid back.
Right.
There's something called the debt service coverage ratio, which just for, to keep it as simple as possible, banks want to see $125 worth of income to pay $100 worth of debt. This project in phase one is at, it's bringing in $85 worth of income to pay $100 worth of debt. And that's with the TIF.
Okay. But if he only builds one building, and for 24 years, he keeps getting a break on the taxes, we are not going to increase our tax revenue, but he still gets the, so if let's say he builds the one building and he can't rent any of it, so he's not going to build the other buildings. So then, does that mean that the taxes?
I have the answer there. Basically, it's the TIF applies for the taxable revenue from the properties. So if the second and or third phase don't go in, that taxable revenue doesn't go up. So let's say building number one is taxed at $1 million, right?
Right.
Building number two is again another $1 million, right? The TIF that is returned would be a percentage of the taxable value, not the taxable value of property that hasn't been improved.
Right.
So the second unit has to go in, and the third unit has to go in order to reach the levels of tax return, but the percentage would stay the same no matter what. Does that make sense?
Right, the percentage stays the same, but he gets, if he just builds the one building, he gets 22 years of tax breaks on that one building, right? And my question still is, those savings that he gets on the taxes, is that mandated just for that, or can he use it for other projects?
He could use it for whatever he wants, but the thing is, based on the development pieces that were explained to us in this packet, with the groundwork that they need to do in order to be able to put the first building up, there's a huge upfront cost to being able to make that accessible as a space that would house that one building. So that site improvement is going to be absorbed, whether it's one building that goes in there or three.
But he can change his mind. Just like he changed his mind when I came to the other meetings, it was all going to be 65 and older, and now it's just marketplace. So he can change his mind, because he changed his mind on what type of people are going to live there.
If he changes his mind, he will not get a reimbursement on TIFs or buildings built elsewhere. He has to perform to get these reimbursements. It's 75% for 5 years. At the worst case, it'll be, if he builds on the phasing he expects, it'll go at 75% for 2 years, 65% for the remainder of the 20 years he gets reimbursement. And unless he builds them, he doesn't get that reimbursement. And these projects all have costs associated with it, so it makes sense that is it mandated in the legal document? It's not mandated that he spends it, but he's gonna have debt associated with these projects that need to be paid. The tax revenue will help pay them.
That's time, thank you.
Can I have just one more question?
One more question.
Okay, so if other companies come in and they say, I want to build something, do we give everybody tax breaks because we give one person tax breaks?
Actually, no, we don't. We look at the return on investment to the city, and is it needed? Every meeting I have with the council to discuss TIF districts is saying this project is not economically viable, or it is economically viable, or they need to have a decent return on investment. So this is not done willy-nilly. It has to be justified by the project, and it's really the council's decision. And they also look at, is it a return on investment? We have done TIFs. Sometimes it's just financial, sometimes it's for job creation, sometimes it's for image enhancement. The whole Southern Gateway, where there are 2 Class A office buildings 20 years ago, that was a very sort of destitute part of town. Council at the time made the decision, we want to see that improved, we'll partner with the developer.
Yes, each property is determined on an individual basis, whether it needs a TIF and if it's granted or not. Thank you so much.
Okay. In my opinion, I don't think it's fair.
Further public comment? And now back to the council. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to focus on the credit enhancement agreement, which is the subject of our discussion and our vote tonight. First of all, I had to say, and I'm going to go through this point by point, I have to say that I looked up blight, because the agreement says that this project will eliminate blight, and I was surprised to learn that a vacant lot is considered blight. So that passes the straight face test. In section 2, on page 3, there is a reference to the date of commencement. It's right in the first paragraph, and it says that the developer shall be reimbursed 75% on July 21st, 2026, until the earlier of the tax year next following the date, which is 5 years from the date of commencement or when Phase 2 is complete. We've alluded to that before, and we understand that the sooner of Phase 2 completion or 5 years is the reversion of a 75% to 65% reimbursement to the developer. I want to know what the date of commencement is. I could not find a definition in this agreement for that anywhere.
This is really tied to, before that, there is a clause, I think it's when the original the optimal assessed value needs to be reached, and it's April 1 of 2026 is when Phase 1 will be completed. And so we're saying, starting with the tax year, once that Phase 1 has been built out, that's when it'll commence, and it's the September first tax payment in 2026, which is actually 2026 is tax year 27.
Right.
So that's the commencement language is, it's based on when the optimal assessed value, when Phase 1's complete, we'll start your reimbursement after that. Reimbursement during construction doesn't occur.
Okay, I would prefer if we could define somewhere what the date of commencement is. As I say, I could not find it here. You've explained it. My retention for auditory stimuli is not that great. I would prefer to see it in writing on the document.
Okay.
Item 10 in that section on page 4 refers to a meaning stated in section 2F, which does not exist in the document. If you go over to section F, where section F should be on page 9, it's simply missing. I've inferred that there's a missing heading there. Under E, reserved, there should be an F with some kind of heading on it. It's a typographic issue. Item on page 5, we're talking about the Howard Needles, Tammendorf, and Bergman traffic study, and it says incorporate traffic signal timing and phasing adjustments on all intersections. Does that mean every intersection in the city? Is that something that the city is going to fund with? But we're not taking the tax revenues from this and assigning it to a particular job. It's going right into the general fund. Is that correct? That 25% that we are getting?
The 25% we're getting, and the phasing is really and it should be clarified. And again, we can, I think what I would ask for tonight, if the council wants to adopt this, is we can make some tweaks to the language in this. The intent is clear. It's sort of clarifying, like the 2F that doesn't exist. This would be all intersections covered within the traffic study. Certainly wouldn't be all
Okay,
traffic.
all right.
That was the intent. I pulled the language directly from the traffic study.
Okay.
I should have clarified that.
I'd really like to see that traffic study somehow,
Yep,
somewhere.
can do it.
Item B on that same section, other off-site traffic improvements, retroreflective borders to mitigate running of red lights. That's an interesting concept, that putting a reflective border behind a red light can mitigate people who are talking on their cell phones and not paying attention to traffic and running red lights rampantly. This is a plague that's happening, not just in Lewiston, but all over, and I doubt very much that we can mitigate that by putting reflectors behind the red lights. Item F, video detection. I'm assuming that means traffic signal initialization through video cameras?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and that's at the Farwell Webster Street, which was mentioned earlier in discussions. By the way, I do want to point out that in planning is a speed bump, speed hump crosswalk in front of the school on Farwell Street. So that will be addressing some of your concerns about high-speed traffic there. Item 3 refers to the developer contingencies. Mr. Gendron, I hope you have a long, happy, and fruitful life. However, it does say in here that in the event of your demise, the developer can shut this agreement down completely. Now, the developer, I want to make clear, is not Mr. David Gendron. The developer is an LLC, and I presume it's wholly controlled by Mr. Gendron, Gendron Active Living Estates. But the developer, upon the demise of Mr. David Gendron, can close this project down. And my question is, does the TIF evaporate in that instance, or in the instance that was alluded to earlier, if construction costs exceed current estimates? The developer has the ability to say, I don't want this project is shutting down. What then happens to the tax increment financing district that we may create tonight? And what happens to the agreement, the remaining taxes? How does that all work out?
Hearing your concern, looking at the top of page 7, which is sort of the following paragraph, it notes, notwithstanding anywhere else set forth herein, the developer shall have the right to terminate this agreement with respect to any phase not yet completed for any of the foregoing reasons, and in any such event, the agreement shall apply solely to the phases for which the agreement has not been terminated. So if phase 1 gets built, and they decide not to go forward with phase 2, phase 3, worst case, I shouldn't say worst case, it would, after 5 years, the reimbursement level would drop to 65%. They would have the site costs incurred for the entire project, so they've got a lot of incentive to move forward with phase 2, phase 3, and sooner rather than later. But that clause, I think, covers your concern, that the TIF district would still be there. Those, let's say it got terminated after phase 2. We'd be at 65% reimbursement for the period left, but he's not obligated to do phase 3.
Let's look at an even worse case situation or scenario, that the site infrastructure has been completed, but the construction on building 1 has not yet started. The foundation hole hasn't been built. And for one reason or another, the developer under Section 3 contingency says, I can't do this project. It's too expensive, the costs have gone up, materials have skyrocketed, and that's a certainly credible situation. Or, God forbid, Mr. Gendron has died. We now have a vacant lot with some pavement and some underground structures in it. Are we still reimbursing 75% of those costs to the developer?
No, there's a section that says when you will achieve the optimal assessed value, so that's that trigger date of you will have the value for phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 as of April 1st, 2026, I believe it is. And then 2 years later and 2 years later. If he never builds it, he gets no reimbursement. There's no new tax revenue generated.
And the city, well, he's not reimbursing, so 100% of the taxes that are being paid on that property, whatever its value may be with additional pipes and pavement, would come back to the city.
Right. None of it would be reimbursed. Whatever increase in value, taxes paid on that would be retained 100% by the city.
Okay, all right, thank you. I thank the council for its forbearance in this. Non-assignability on section 7, page 12, refers again to the untimely demise of Mr. Gendron and the transfer of the development assets. Those then go to the Gendron family. Is that what that says? It's just a question.
Yes.
Okay, but that doesn't commit the Gendron family to continue with the project?
No, I mean, whatever has been built, they'd be eligible for reimbursement for the time period laid out. If they have not built phase 3 yet, they would not be obligated beyond that. Again, I think financially, they would have to make that determination.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Jeffers.
Sure.
Madam Clerk, I would like the record to reflect that from where I sit, Mr. Gendron looks fabulous, appears to be in excellent health, and I expect he himself to be a going concern for quite some time. Councilor Nagy.
Just one point in the conversation that we've had up to this point, when we're talking about reimbursement, we're talking about reimbursement of the tax value. So if the taxable value isn't there, there is no reimbursement. There was a project that was in my neighborhood, the Saxon Partners project, which was to receive a pretty hefty TIF as well. And because it never happened, the TIF expired or is shortly to expire at
Well,
this point.
actually, they withdrew, so
Right,
we're
okay.
done.
But the TIF expired, and if the project got off the ground and they built, I believe it was a $30 million project at the time, they would have received a certain percentage back over 30 years. And that was of the captured tax value. So if there's no, I think what we should really do at some point in time is have a workop on TIFs,
On how
so
TIFs
that
work.
people can truly understand how they actually work, because there are two mechanisms that I think are super important for TIFs. One is getting projects off the ground that are helpful to what we're looking for as a community. So for instance, when we're talking about 55 plus housing at market rate, that is something that we're looking for. I do understand the limitation on whether or not you use the terminology 55 plus or not on the structures, because there's a possibility that people who are not 55 want to rent them, and not enough 55-year-old people want to. So, I mean, do you have to have some type of flexibility in these programs? But then again, the mechanisms in which we shelter taxes and then also do development, infrastructure improvements, like all of those pieces, I think it would be really helpful if we had a good workshop on TIFs.
Happy to do it. Yeah, no, it is. TIFs, I've been living them for 25 years, but they are a complex piece, not necessarily intuitive to most people. I think the spreadsheet explains it to a degree. It's the taxes paid on the increase in assessed valuation. So this middle column, the total TIF revenue, that is the value that the increase, the $12.7 million of new value that's created. If you TIF that at 100%, it'll generate $224,000 in new tax revenue. $168,000 goes back to the Gendron family. That $168,000 divided by the mill rate gives you what is not showing up in the total valuation for the city. So that's the sheltering effect. We can't TIF that portion that comes to the city for general fund revenues. If we were using it for debt, we could. We'd have another column showing that we're paying debt. We've got other TIFs you'll see coming up soon. The Continental TIF has some debt service associated with that, so that builds what can be sheltered. On this particular TIF, it's just that new valuation that's being created, 75, new taxes being paid, 75% of them are going back to the Gendrons.
Yes, Councilor Longchamps.
So from my understanding, TIFs are pretty common for especially large projects and to get them going. And I'm in favor of the TIF. I understand, that neighborhood doesn't want to change. I don't think, no matter where you put it, people aren't going to want it there at first, right? But yeah, I'm for the TIF and for the project. And I've never heard of a project that the Gendron family started and didn't finish. So, thank you for all the projects that you do here.
Yeah, I mean, I support this project as well. We have a piece of vacant land here, 10 acres, right, Director Jeffers?
11.
11, sorry. 11's going to be turned into much-needed housing, and yeah, no, this is great. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I also support this, support the TIF. We will address some of the other issues when it goes in front of the planning board. They may have some input, may offer some changes that might be necessary, but we do need housing. It's in a good location as far as being on city services, on utilities. I understand the traffic issues, and I think they can be worked out. Also, that'll come out during the planning board process. But I am definitely in support of this, both from a housing standpoint and from a building up our tax base standpoint.
Thank you. Councilor Roy.
Thank you. Two final comments from me. One would be, I never knew that blight meant apple trees, animals, fresh air, no tyrant structures. Just going to throw that out there. The other thing would be, if this is a TIF to get this project off the ground, why does it have to be 20 to 22 years? Why couldn't it be a 5-year TIF at 75% and then nothing after? That would be my question.
Looking comprehensively at all three phases, it is needed to support it to make it work over time. Is there a return to the Gendron family? Absolutely. They are in business, and they are entitled to a fair return. They are not getting an astronomical return. They are rolling the dice with phase 1. They really need phase 2 and phase 3 to make this thing work over the course of time. On the 25, as far as sort of those statements of this, it's blighter to one of the other phrases on the first page of the TIF document is at least 25% of the area within the development district is in need of rehab, redevelopment, and is suitable for commercial use. So this hits all of those. So that, as far as those correlating statements.
Okay, final thoughts from councilors. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. This is one of those complex issues that has lots of moving parts and lots of sides. We do need housing. We need senior housing. I'm with Councilor Gallant in that regard, but I fully understand the developer's reluctance to be tied to, I cannot rent to somebody who is under 55. If we had a crystal ball that could say, we'll guarantee you full occupancy of seniors, I'm sure you'd sign on for that, but we don't have that crystal ball, and I don't think we can afford it. Spending money to make money that's a mantra of business, and I think it applies in this situation as well. We can look at this vacant lot, which is wonderful, and I agree with apple trees and vacant lots. However, the definition of blight is a vacant lot, and this lot is vacant, so I think blight, unfortunately, is an appropriate term here. We need the housing. We really don't want to give up the tax revenue. However, if we don't invest in this and nothing happens with that lot, we're looking at about $50,000 to $70,000 of tax revenue over the 20-year period. And if the city of Lewiston can live on $50,000 to $70,000 of tax revenues on this 11-acre parcel, I would be very surprised. I know that the Charles Street neighborhood is opposed to this. Were I to live on Charles Street, I would probably be opposed to it too. And in fact, I may speak against the project at the planning board. However, the question before us tonight is the creation of a tax increment financing district. And from that perspective alone, I am going to support this because I do believe that this is a needed investment. Could be in a better place, yes, but I'm going to support this, and I may turn around when we come to development review and traffic studies and impact on the neighborhood and oppose it. That's the compartmentalization that I'm doing on this. But tonight, we're talking about TIFs, and I'm in favor of that.
Councilor Najin.
So just quickly, I'm in support of 208 market rate units, no question. I look at that neighborhood and I know it's a 5-minute walk from Bates College. It's right next to St. Mary's. It's right next to a laundromat or dry cleaners that has been vacant and derelict for 30 years now. it's a neighborhood that already has pressures because of the fact that we've allowed Maine DOT to decide how our traffic patterns will work in the city. And we've decided not to fight against that in any way, shape, or form. But when we're talking about supporting development that the city needs, do we need 208 market rate units? Yes. Do we need 208 market rate units that could be aimed at 55 plus? Yes. Do we need them on places that sorely need development and can support the development for them? This isn't at the end of College Road on your way to Green. We don't have to stretch out sewer services and power to the middle of nowhere. It's a logical ask for this spot. So I'm in support.
Thank you. Councilor Glant, did you have something?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'm a little confused with my colleague over here saying that he's gonna,
can you just speak into the mic a little more?
I'm a
Thank
little
you.
confused that my colleague says that he's going to, maybe challenge things. If we pass this and it goes forward, we're done. If you think you're going to have a chance to say, change anything, if the planning board gives it a thumbs up, it's a done deal. We'll get 2 readings, that's it. I've done this enough time to know. So you can say, I'm going to say, the TIF is going to be good, and I'm going to do it for that reason, but once that happens, if the planning board gives it a thumbs up, it's all done. We don't have another choice. So that's how that's going to roll, and I was on a planning board for 2.5 years, and I've seen very few come back from any council once they approved it and went through the ups and downs of what's going to happen. Secondly, I don't support it because, number one, I would like to have had more than just tonight's notice. It wasn't going to be 55. I was sold on a 55 plus. That's what I ran on. That's what I think we need more in this area. So I'm concerned with the fact that I didn't get any forewarning to know that was going to happen or any kind of discussion came from that particular area. I'm thoroughly, as people talk about traffic, we don't get that much reimbursement from the state for our schools, 55% they say. If these are all people with kids, the negative impact compared to the tax revenue is going to be terrific. It's going to be horrific, not terrific. If there's 60 kids in that unit, or 70 or 80 kids in that unit, what little we're going to get in for 20 years is not going to cover our cost to the schools. So I understand TIFs and I understand how things work. But the reality is, if you're looking at numbers and market rate housing, and we end up that many children there, then we're going to be in a red for 20 years. Any tax coming to general funds is going to go right out the door.
Director Jeffers, did you want to answer a question, or you look like you wanted to say something?
Just on the planning board process, it is, the developer is held to the standards established in our zoning ordinance. It does not get approved unless it meets those criteria. And the rezoning's already happened, so it really is. It need to go in front of the planning board if it meets the development review criteria as determined by staff and oversight from Public Works and other entities that are weighing in, including the planning board. It should be approved. So.
Yeah, and I just want to make clear, we need housing for all income levels and all age demographics here in Lewiston. We're not full in any one category. So, this is great. And yeah, I mean, people's with if it ends up that there's families living in this, we need families to move to Lewiston and make this their home. Like that is not a bad thing in any way. Further comments from the council before we vote? Councilor Longchamps.
These apartments, are they 1 or 2 bedrooms, or do we know?
They are still going through the planning process. I will look to NOAA. It's a mix of 1 and 2 bedrooms. What was the percentage again?
We're thinking about 60-40.
So 1 and 2
61 bedrooms?
60% bedrooms, 40%.
My guess, there
Can
probably
you
would be
please repeat that link because he wasn't
so,
mic'd up?
So the project, again, it's 9 buildings. There'll be a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. 60% of them will be 1 bedroom units. 40, and this is not written in stone, but the level of planning they're at, it'll be 40% will be 2 bedrooms. The other 60 will be 1s.
So my guess would be, just from a landlord standpoint, you're not going to really have large families for a lot of kids in one-bedroom or two-bedroom apartments, so that would cut the traffic down tremendously. That was it. Thank you.
Councillor Najin?
Just on that level as well. You're right, we do need housing on all levels in our community. And we actually need people who can pay market rate rent sending their kids to our public schools. That would be absolutely wonderful, as opposed to St. Thomas or Hebron or wherever else. The thing is, with the 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, it doesn't necessarily cater to families. One and two, market rate is, as a rental is usually younger folks who don't want to deal with home ownership, and older folks who don't want to deal with home ownership, as well as people who are working for short periods at places like Bates or the hospitals.
Final thoughts as we start to wrap this up. Councillor Chittum.
I move the question.
I would second that.
Councillors, no one's been recognized, thank you. Madam Clerk, we have a motion to move the question. I believe Councillor Najin, did you second that?
I did.
For clarification, Mr. Mayor, you don't have a motion before you. You're still on the public hearing and discussion portion.
Yeah, okay. Did you want to make that in form of a motion, Councillor? Or wait, I understand what you're saying now, Madam Clerk.
Item 1, item 2, in the requested action, yes.
Okay. So yes, in the spirit of that, I'm going to take Councillor Gallant, and then we will move to Madam Clerk so we can have a motion. Councillor Gallant?
Is there anything in writing saying they can't make any of them 3 bedrooms?
No.
Is your answer?
Madam Councillor Harriman, did you have something?
I think the landlord contingent over here might want to point out that you make more money with smaller units.
Indeed. Councillor Longchamps, did you have something?
No, I think I should be quiet.
Okay, all right. Madam Clerk, what motion would be first here?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, what was the question?
What motion should be first here?
Oh, so you've already conducted the public hearing, and so now the motion before you is to adopt the order approving the establishment of the Gendron Active Living Estates Tax Increment Financing District Development Program and Credit Enhancement Agreement.
Excellent, thank you. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councillor Najin. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7,
No.
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
No.
Ward 5.
Thanks, y'all. Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 5 to 2.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Director Jeffers. Thank you, Mr. and Mr. Gendron, for being here. Are we okay to continue, or does the council wish to take a brief recess? Councillor Chittum?
I'd like a recess, please.
We're going to take a very brief recess, Madam Clerk, and we'll start back up in a few minutes. Hello, yes, we're back. And, well, we are, I've been informed by staff that it would be great if we took item 14 now, so that's what I would like to do. We're going to take item number 14, Madam Clerk. And I'd just like to make clear that we are taking item number 14, and I'm receiving no remuneration for this, so.
Item number 14, resolve accepting and appropriating $60,000 from the State of Maine Office of Tourism.
May I have a motion,
Excuse me,
please?
Requested action to approve the resolve accepting and appropriating $60,000 from the State of Maine Office of Tourism.
My apologies, Madam Clerk. May I have a motion, please?
You may have a motion as soon as the floor is available to accept it. I so move.
Councilor Chittum, seconded
I second.
by Councilor Najim. Assistant Director, please kick us off. Libby, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, honorable members of the council. I owe my colleague a Coke. Thank you, Nicole. Last month, I reported to you that we were interested in applying to the Maine Office of Tourism for a grant to support the Lewiston Auburn Balloon Festival. I indicated I thought the application would be favorably received. A team of us worked hard on the grant. We were successful. We were awarded the grant just before the July 4th holiday, but had to wait for the Maine Office of Tourism to prepare to release announcements on all of the grants they were giving for the summer season, so that's why we heard about it just a few days ago. In the application, we proposed spending the grant funds in the following way: about $5,000 for marketing, design, and asset development, about $5,000 for print materials, about $20,000 for paid advertising, about $13,500 for staff time involved in event management and administration, and about $16,500 in staff time from the marketing side. That totals $60,000. It's going to be in the form of a reimbursable grant, so we submit invoices every month and we'll get paid back, assuming it fits the grant criteria. Maine Office of Tourism staff have availed themselves to us for technical assistance around performing on the grant. These funds are essential in helping to market this event to a broad region, which includes the Boston metropolitan area, the northern New England states. It's important for this event to be well marketed so that it's well attended. And we're recommending you approve this action, which is authorizing us to accept this grant award. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Assistant Director Libby. Questions from the council? Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Not a question, but just thank you for applying for this grant, and also a big thank you to the Maine Office of Tourism. This is a real help with the fundraising efforts.
Thank you.
Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Do you have a, one second, Madam Clerk, did you have a?
It's okay. I was just going to reiterate what Councilor Harriman had said. I greatly appreciate the hard work of staff to quickly capture any support that we can have, and I greatly appreciate the Maine Office of Tourism for the grant.
Likewise. Madam Clerk, please restart the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
We are now back to item number 8.
Item number 8, amendments to the athletic field use policy. Requested action to approve the proposed amendments to City Policy Number 3, Athletic Field Use Policy, as recommended by the Recreation Director and the Deputy Director of Public Works for Maintenance and Operations.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councilor Harriman. Director Welsh, I appreciate your patience. Please kick us off.
Sure, anytime. Nicole Welch, Recreation Director. There are 2 proposed amendments to the athletic field use policy. Number 1 is in the policy, removing Randall Road Softball Complex and inserting Ron Moore and Memorial Fields. The second piece is updating the fee schedule for athletic field rentals. Currently, the fee schedule says that there's a $50 fee for a site supervisor. The way that the facilities are operating right now, it's kind of arbitrary. We either need somebody for a 1 or 2 hour block, excuse me, or a, 8 to 10 hour day, depending on what we have going on. So doing a $20 per hour fee kind of mimics what we're doing at the Armory, so we can bring on a part-time seasonal person to help us lock things up, unlock the AV equipment, get the scoreboards going, make sure the locker rooms are all set, make sure the bathrooms are all set, have direct communication with Jason Fuller, the athletic director, and myself if needed, and basically just having eyes and ears on an event. Right now, there is a mix of school and recreational staff overseeing these, and we're kind of piecemealing it together, trying to figure out how to do it. But by making an intentional $20 fee, that would allow us to have somebody trained to open and kind of do those things in the weekends. It would make sure that we're all not working 7 days a week, and also give us, by lowering the fee, like I said, it'll kind of mirror what we're doing already at the Armory.
Councilor Chittum, did you have something?
I did. Thank you, Director Welch. To the user, is this going to represent the same cost, a higher cost, or a lower cost on average?
It really depends on the event. For example, if we have a rainy spring, we'll often rent the turf out to Mountain Valley for a practice or something, because our turf can handle it and their grass cannot, for example. So it would be a $20 or $40 fee to be that site supervisor. On the other side, so for example, we just had the Maine Mayhem women's football team this past weekend. I think they were here from somewhere between 4:30 and 5 o'clock until about 9 or 9:30. So they're getting a heck of a deal at $50 a pop. So like I said, like the $50 just felt really arbitrary to us, and the $20 better defines what the value is. Building monitors in the recreation departments, they usually make between minimum wage, which is the $14.15, and $16 an hour, depending on how long they've been with us.
Thank you. Do you have start and end times so that the user of the field can have an appreciation up front? So that you say, for example, that we're going to have a site supervisor or a monitor there half an hour before you arrive and half an hour after you leave. Is that made available to the people so they have a sense for what the costs are going to be?
Yep, so, excuse me, all the current fees and rental capabilities are all right on the website. If you go to lewistonrecreation.com, and on there it shows the hourly rates, the cleaning fee, the cost between grass rental and turf rental, if you have to have a special $50 application fee, so all that is laid right out. With these, just like at the Armory, we'll have them do an initial application, but then we'll reach out and have that personal conversation so we can figure out exactly what their needs are, because they might put, game starts at 5 o'clock. Well, they're probably going to get there at 4 to get their cleats on and get warmed up and everything. So that information kind of comes out as we have the conversation with the renter.
Thank you.
Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Director Welsh.
Thank you.
And congratulations to Alyssa. Item number 9.
Item number 9, approval of option agreement amendment 3 between the city and Lewiston Auburn Area Housing Development Corporation for the former Martell School site located at 860 Lisbon Street. Requested action to approve the attached option agreement amendment 3 between the city and Lewiston Auburn Area Housing Development Corporation, and to authorize the acting city administrator to execute the documents on behalf of the city.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councilor Harriman. Director Jeffers, please kick us off.
I'm pleased to report that Lewiston Housing Authority, through their Lewiston Auburn Area Housing Development Corporation, has secured financing, the primary funds they need, which is low-income housing tax credits. They have secured those. They're working towards closing on this real estate. Some title issues have arisen that we need to work through, and they asked that we extend the option, give them another until August 15th to work through those title issues. So that's what's before you tonight.
Councilor Najin.
I have no problem with what they're requesting, but I do have a question concerning clouds or encumbrances on titles, including the ones that we hold, right? So that this is a cloud or an encumbrance. And this is a title that we held. And so I guess the question is, do we do any work in advance or when we sell property to make sure that the development that we're talking about is going to be able to happen without any... I'm just wondering where the due diligence was. Was it more on LAA HDC's side, or was it us just saying, go ahead and make it?
Historically, we do not do a title search before we sell real estate. If we own it, we assume we own it.
Okay.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I was hoping somebody from LHA would be here tonight. I was going to ask if this is this going to affect their groundbreaking timetable or anything like that? And do you happen to know when, are they still planning to break ground this fall, or is it going to be pushed into next year, or do you know?
That's a good question. I cannot answer definitively. I think their goal is still to get in the ground this year. I'm not sure it's been put out to bid or anything else. They do have planning board approval. The financing's there, but is it all wrapped up, done? They've got the allocation of the tax credits. But once again, it's not like, okay, you can close tomorrow. There's a lot of legwork that needs to be done between then and before you can actually break ground. So I'm not positive that's their goal, but I can't speak to it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. Yes, I'm curious as to what this cloud or encumbrance or title uncertainty is.
That's something not to be discussed in public at the moment.
Okay, then we can talk in private. The next question I have is, I've looked at the council order that initially authorized the city administrator to execute an option agreement, but there's no date in here. What is the current option, or what's the current termination of the option to purchase? What's the current date on that?
I believe it was, I honestly, it was this month. I just cannot recall if it was July 15th and we're giving them another month, or if it was July 30th and we're giving them another 2 weeks. I just don't recall.
Okay, we've already extended several different aspects of this. This is a new one. This is the first time that somebody has been asking for an extension on the option to purchase. We've already extended completion dates twice previously. And I'm wondering if this is getting to be a habit, or is this a continuation of an old habit? Can we no longer believe in the dates that are given to us initially when a project is proposed for us? That's a editorial comment. I'm not looking for an answer on that. And if you're not certain, Director Jeffers, what the original option date was, then I'll assume that we're extending it for a mere month or so.
Yeah, it would be no more than a month, and it may be a shorter time frame. I just don't recall.
Thank you.
Yep.
And just, Director Jeffers, to be clear, this is not an issue with LHA or funding or anything else.
No, this is not. I mean, the other extensions were tied to demolitions and trying to get more financing. Those were really just their challenges. This one is not related to that. This is just trying to make sure we can convey clear title.
Yeah, an issue with the title on a piece of property that we currently own. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Councilor Najin.
Again, not to beat a dead horse, so to speak, but when we're talking about development, especially on city property, if we're not doing the title search, then we should make it mandatory that the people who are considering doing development do the title search, because the worst situation possible is that we've promised a property to somebody which cannot be developed in the ways that we've intentionally asked for through council, planning board, economic development. So it's just a point to consider with all of the property that we are currently land banking. If we're putting it out to bid for any type of development whatsoever, let's make sure that there are no encumbrances.
It is a worthy criticism. It is something historically, again, we've owned this for quite some time. We inherited it from the school, and did not think to look beyond it. So it's something, going forward, we absolutely need to do.
Understood. Just a note for the future, right? Like, the plan, I think, would be, hey, you're a developer, we want to work with you, here's a project, and then it happens.
You know, and I'd just like to point out that, you know, title searches are done at the sale of a property. So this is, you know, we didn't find out about this late. This is exactly when any other buyer and seller would find out about this, when we did the title search, when we're ready to complete the sale of the property. It just turns out that, you know, most of the time title searches come back clean and everything moves forward. In this case, there was an issue and we're handling it. Councilor Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be in favor of this as long as it does not make this go any longer. Like again, it was said that it's already been delayed a couple of times, and this time no fault through LHA, but we can't continue to kick this down the road. So this has to get done.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Councilor Roy. But Director Jeffers, if we don't solve this, we won't be able to sell this property to anybody, correct? Right, yeah. Public comment for this agenda item.
Excuse me. Matt Roy, Ward 3. Well, color me surprised that, as Councilor Chittum, Mr. Mayor, pointed out with his editorial comment, that, again, the Lewiston Housing Authority and the Housing Development Corporation wants another extension. Now, the last time we were here back this spring, they asked for an extension that's ending in, what, 2 weeks from today? Yes, 2 weeks, or... Yeah, the end of this month, thank you. And, you know, lo and behold, they had the asbestos mitigation, and it all done 2 weeks after you gave them an extension. And based on my 7 years as a mortgage closer, taking a month to resolve a title issue, which between the city and the school department, we've owned this property for decades. It does not take a month to resolve this issue. At least in my experience in 7 years as a mortgage closer, working with title companies, and this should be an issue for, I would hope we have a title insurance policy. And you don't find this right before you close. This has been an issue that's been there for years. There was probably some discharge or deed that wasn't recorded correctly decades ago, and it's going to cost the city money unless the city and the school department had a title insurance. If they did this properly through an actual closing under state law. Thank you.
Further public comment.
Matthew Agron, Ward 4. Once more, we're here looking for Lewiston Housing Authority. Nobody's here. Kind of disappointed. They keep coming to us and asking you guys to extend this, extend that. And the closest person we have here as a representative of them is our Jeffers, Lincoln Jeffers. Other than that, we never see them here for this. Wouldn't it be nice if they'd been here tonight to sit here and say, hey, we need this and this is why? And because what's to stop them the next time from, oh, we have another problem. We're not going to show up. We're just going to have him come and talk for us. He does talk well. I'll give him that. But wouldn't it be nice to hear from the people whose problem this is? And we don't even know when they lost the rights to own this property. I find that scary. Somebody should know that answer. City administrator. Somebody should have the actual date that their option ended. Nobody does. Does that show you how many times we've extended projects on this? Maybe it's time we take back this property and have it go out to somebody else. Maybe Gendrons would take it and build it. Just
Further public comment. Public comment is now closed. Director Jeffers, do you mind coming back up? So, for the public's benefit, they, unless I'm completely misunderstanding, we, the seller, are asking for this extension. This is not LHA's problem, correct?
That is correct, and I'm actually looking at my memo. I've written a lot of memos over the last week. The option expires July 31st, 2024. So we're asking for 2 weeks.
Gotcha. And, to be clear, the seller is needing extension to sort out this title issue. In this case, we're the seller. And we're, in the memo it says they're requesting the option, but in fact, it's our problem to solve. Am I not understanding that
You are
correctly?
correct.
Yeah, okay. Excellent. Further comments from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
And Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Item number 10.
Item number 10, order authorizing the acting city administrator to issue a request for proposals for the operation of a warming center. Requested action, to approve the order authorizing the acting city administrator to issue a request for proposals to operate a warming center.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum, seconded by Councilor Sol. Is it? Yes. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Chittum.
I'm curious as to why these agenda items were put in this order. I'm all set to table, or move to table this until after we deal with item 11. What's the point of putting out an RFP if we're not going to move the money from the ARPA funds in to fund this?
Well, if we don't have the money, if we don't have the RFP, if we're not going to do the RFP, we wouldn't move that money to there. We'd move it to redundant water line or some other location.
Well, what we're doing is authorizing you to prepare a request for proposals.
That is correct.
But if we decide that we're not going to fund it under item 11, then that request to have you prepare an RFP is a moot point.
It's up to you, Councilor Chittum, if you want to change the order of those, but if we don't have an RFP, we don't have to move the, I guess it's the chicken and the egg decision right there.
Okay, I guess I'm believing that the egg came first.
It's your agenda item, Councilor Chittum. If you'd like to table it to the other.
I mean, in the,
fine.
Councilor Chittum, in the interest of time and just flow, I would urge us to consider the current item on the agenda.
Of course you would, Mr. Mayor. Yes, of course you would.
Thank you. Did you want to speak on this current agenda item?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Gallant, yes.
First off, I'm in favor of this, however, when does winter begin? What are the dates? How many weeks? If I'm going to get an RFP from somebody, I need to know that information. That's not written out here. Is he going to make a decision on his own? I think there's a lot of details, quite frankly, missing that he has to build an RFP on, unless he has some foreknowledge that I'm not aware of.
I think
my plan was to ask you what you want in that RFP. When do you want it to start? When do you want it to end? So I can then have staff and myself present something and put it out there.
So we'll do that in comments and then vote on it?
Yeah, right, well, right. So if you say, yes, acting city administrator, we want you to put an RFP and we'd like it to start December. We want it to start in November. I wasn't going to make that decision. I was going to get input from you folks, and then I'd put the RFP out. And then if you agree to that, we'll have Tracy come forward so we can get some funding. Because right now, I have no staff, I have no location, I have nothing. Sounds like we have some thunderstorms coming. So if you folks want to do this, I'll get your input of what you want to see in that RFP that I present.
And to be clear, Councilor Gallant, this is an order requesting him to work on an RFP, not to approve one that he's already created.
If you look at the order, it's just basically saying you're directing me to issue an RFP.
Issue, correct.
Yes.
Issue means you're going to send something out.
That
Issue
is-
doesn't mean I'm thinking about it and planning on it. So unless I misunderstand the word of issue, he can do whatever he wants. And
Well,
I know he's not going to, okay? I'm not trying to, but the reality is the way it's written, we don't have to give him any input. He can make his own decisions based on the way it's written.
I mean, in effect, we are authorizing him to prepare an RFP, which we will provide some direction on details for.
That would be
Is
very
that your
helpful.
understanding,
Yes,
Administrator?
That was my
O'Malley?
understanding, yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So I would like the subject to read, prepare a proposal, not issue
Well, then I would be coming back to you folks with another RFP again, if that's what you would like. Or do you have the confidence in me if I take your suggestions to make an RFP to?
I do have that, but I just think the suggestions could go on and on and on this evening, and that's a concern that I have, as it's already 9:37, and I'm getting up at 4:30 tomorrow to cook for 300 people, and I'd like to move things forward. I don't think that we're gonna just say arbitrary this date, and this is what we want. I mean, what size do we want? There's a lot of questions that need to go into an RFP to go out for this situation.
Well, and we're not sitting here crafting the RFP word by word. We're just giving him some basic direction as to dates and a few other details. I do not think that will take a lot of time. Anything further, Councilor Glant, at this time?
I guess we'll see how it plays out. I've written quite a few RFPs. There's quite a bit of information that's gonna be needed.
Oh, I totally agree with that, Councilor.
Yes, correct.
And Councilor Najin, did you have something?
I'll wait until we start making suggestions.
Excellent. We're approaching that time very shortly. Councilor Harriman, did you have something?
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I would prefer the warming center to run from, I would say, preferably October until the beginning of October till the end of April. I don't know if we have the funding for something that long, but that would be my preference. It should be in a location that is readily accessible by foot, probably, because I know most of the folks using it will not have transportation. And I don't remember the exact size or the population who utilized the warming center for the past couple of winters, but it seemed like that size was relatively appropriate. We didn't have loads of people who couldn't get in, couldn't fit. So something along those same lines, I think, would be at minimum what we should do for this winter.
Councilor Glant, did you have something further?
Yeah, I think 6 months excessive. Time-wise, I'd have a hard time. By foot from which location? By foot from the railroad tracks where the homeless are right now, or down by the Armada where they're in the woods? By foot from this building? So we probably need a little clarity there. And the size average was 90. So we would say there need to be something close to 90 goes. Are they gonna have to have security? Are they gonna have to have coverage by amount of people? Are they gonna have to have food provided? This is 3 things off the top of my head that needs to go into an RFP.
Administrator O'Malley's taking notes.
Well, my concern with saying size and location, are we going to say because I don't know who's going to come forward. So if somebody says, okay, yeah, I can put this on and we can feed 60 people at night, are we going to say, no, I want you to do 90? And we're going to say no. So I think if we put out an RFP and I try to keep it as fairly generic as possible, probably using what Caden's Kitchen did at Calvary, but I have no idea if that location is available. I don't know if Kevin Boyard is going to submit an application. So that is my concern. What is the cost? Councilor Harriman talked about from October to April, but I'm concerned about funding. What's that going to cost? I know last year, Caden's Kitchen was able to get a lot of donations. Is that going to happen again? They were able to submit a budget. I think if we put this RFP out saying we would like a winter warming center to service, I could give a number of what he had, see what we get for proposals. If somebody says, I want $500,000 and we're going to, that's obviously not going to be realistic. So I think we need to wait to see what we get for an actual RFP when someone actually responds to it.
Please continue, Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My only concern is if you get one for $1, but they're not going to do any of the things that we need to have, putting an RFP out to see who's interested, to me, is not a lot to be gained from that. You need to give them enough information so they have some idea of what they're looking for to come up with a dollar value. If I was a contractor and you put out an RFP to repair the road on Webster Street, but you didn't put any criteria in there, I just might go fill potholes. and give you a real lowball price. But when it comes time to do the work, we may not get what we want. That's what if we're gonna do a warming center, and I know that this is important, extremely, but we're in July. I think we ought to either have a workshop amongst ourselves, with the administrator, and come up with our ideas of what we want, so we can put something out there that's valuable, that when it comes back and they say, I can only do 60 and I want $100,000 for 6 months, and then we go, is there gonna be security? Well, you didn't ask for that. You're gonna feed them? Well, you didn't ask for that. I'm gonna have people standing around for $100,000 watching them. We need to have more details.
Councilor Roy, did you have something?
I was just going to say I agree with Acting Administrator O'Malley. I think it's got to be a little bit more generic, because I think people that are going to come forward are already going to have a plan and to be answering all those questions. The people that you're going to get to run a warming center will be the ones that may have already been involved within the past couple of years, right? There's not going to be a whole lot of people lining up to do this. But I think, just putting it out there and having people come with a proposal of what they can do, and then we can look at that and go from there. I don't agree there should be some structure to it, but I also agree that it should be a little bit more generic so that we get a lot of proposals. So that would be my take on that.
Councilor Najin?
Just real quick, I would be comfortable with, considering when it got cold last year, I'd be comfortable with November 1st to March 15th, for instance. I think that would be fine, and I think that we would ask that they would be able to provide at least 80 spaces. I think that we could probably also work on some of the pieces in the background concerning where it could possibly go, because I'm not quite sure if Calvary is going to be available. I do know that there's also been kind of a residual effect in the neighborhood for a while, and I do agree with you that whoever comes forward with the RFP needs to also present their plan for, I don't know, is security going to be necessary? Do they have trained people who handle security on their own? Who knows who's going to come forward? But I do think that if we do have some type of workshop at some point, speaking to both Immigrant Resource Center and Caden's Kitchen about how the operations that they ran might be helpful. But I would be comfortable with November 1st to March 15th and at least 80 beds. If we could get that as an okay for an RFP framework.
Yeah, and I would like to remind the council that we've had a warming center here now for 2 years, and yes, security is absolutely necessary, and Administrator O'Malley could take what was done in the past and work that into the RFP. Administrator O'Malley, did you have something?
Yeah, my concern is when Councilor Jean's discussing 80 beds, that sounds more like a shelter than a warming center.
80 spaces on the floor.
Okay, I thought you said, well, when we had Calvary, because of the zoning and where we can put it, that was already a house of worship, a place of assembly, so they didn't have people sleeping. Maybe people slept sitting up or on chairs or whatever, but we can't say 80 beds. I guess if we say 80 people, or be to serve them food, but I don't want to get into, this is not a shelter, this is a warming center.
Gotcha.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. This is all my fault because I wanted to avoid the situation that we got into last year when we had two people submitting proposals that had essentially no commonality. They had no framework, they had no basis upon which to submit their proposals. The Finance Committee and proposal evaluators normally do the evaluation of these proposals, and we, as a brand-new sitting council, were in the unenviable position of evaluating two proposals that weren't even apples and oranges, they were apples and elephants. So I've proposed that we not wait until November of this year to think about setting up a warming center, that we get ahead of the game and that we have a request for proposal that would form a commonality so that anybody who wants to submit, and I submit that I see IRCM and Caden's Kitchen would probably be the two people that would submit proposals. I think we can take the proposals that they submitted last year and marry them together somehow, and I don't want to put this all on your shoulders, Administrator O'Malley, and I think the idea of a quick workshop to get the sense of the council is a great idea.
I mean, in essence, we're kind of holding a workshop right now, but, Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Yeah, after listening to comments, I would revise my previous statement. I think it does need to be a little bit more broad, but we could give suggestions, like, we'd like to see something from this to this. But in reality, we're not going to get 15 proposals. We're going to get a handful of proposals from people who have done this before. So we just need to put this out there with some general guidelines and then see what we get.
Assistant Director Libby, would you like to chime in?
My plan, and Assistant Director Libby did run the COVID shelter at the Armory. My plan would be to mirror after what Caden's Kitchen did and look for something very similar, which would cover the food, the security, all of that, the good neighbor policy, all of that. That would be my guideline. I was really looking from you as, when do you want to see it done, and then we'll see what it's going to cost. And if it's going to cost what you guys will cover under, if next agenda item opera money, great. I can also tell you that Maine Housing will be putting out a notice of funding, I think this Friday, for overnight, no, not overnight, so winter warming centers. So perhaps if we put this RFP out, the individuals interested will also apply for that, so it just won't be city money, so that it could maybe extend longer time, feed more people, not have to rely solely on the donations that, if Caden's Kitchen does put in this, or any other group that puts in it. But my goal would be to mirror what the successful Caden's Kitchen warming center from last year in the RFP.
Did you want to say something, Assistant Director Libby?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, very briefly, I've sat in your seat, I've sat in the seat for 2 months. I want to offer hopefully some helpful advice, which is, I think your task here tonight is to set big picture goals on what this RFP needs to accomplish, and trust this very talented staff at City Hall, who are very experienced in procurement, especially on short timelines for these kind of unique needs that need to be filled. Trust them to fill in the details. If you have additional specific suggestions, send them to the administrator by email. I think the other piece is that I've seen what the August and September workshop schedules are going to look like. You have a lot coming before you. You've added one tonight with asking for a TIF primer. We've got investment opportunities that are going to come before you. So August and September are going to be busy. I'd suggest give some big picture framework here tonight and trust the staff to fill in the details with your consent at the end.
Thank you, Assistant Director Libby. Councilor Najin.
Just as a side piece, whatever RFP that we've already contacted Auburn, or have we not? Have we had any discussion with Auburn at this point? I know that they have a space.
I did speak with Manager Kroll, but that was prior to their Mill Street and using all their opera money, so I need to get an update if they're still willing to partner with us financially. Initially they were. I don't know if that's changed.
Okay, greatly appreciated. I think that would be one angle to check out, and then obviously you have connection in conversation with all the directors, so you have a good idea of like what the police would need, you have a good idea of what Public Works would need, all of those other pieces. So I'm comfortable as long as we can agree on these dates, whatever dates they might be.
We're now going to public comment for this agenda item. And back to the council. Councilor Glant.
Yeah, I would agree to accept Administrator O'Malley's response about copying or putting most of the items we've seen, what happened in the last warming space. And if that's the case, then I'd be all for that. I have no problem, no issues if you're going to cover the highlights of that.
I'm really interested in the length of time you folks are interested. I mean, I've heard October, now I've heard November. I mean, I think we want to get the best bang for our buck out of the monies that we can have. So if we say November to March, but then they come in with a higher amount, and we don't have the funds covered, we'll say, okay, cut off a month and do it December to March, something along those lines.
Correct.
Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Yes, I believe the warming center was opened at 10 in the evening this past January. I'd like to see that moved up so that people aren't waiting outside until 10. It's cold in February. So I'm suggesting 8 to 8.
Okay.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Yeah, as far as the dates and times, I think we could give, basically, this is what we'd like to see, and, you know, give us a proposal as far as, you know, this is how much it's gonna cost per week or something like that. And then if we don't have enough money to cover it, we'll cut a couple weeks off, however that works.
I don't know if, depending on costs, the costs may not work out linearly like that. But yes. Councilor Longchamp, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I was just going to add that the time, definitely, yeah, they would open up at 10, but over the last couple of years, I think 8 o'clock is way better from 8 to 8.
Councilor
Lots of
Nagy?
reasons.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
all good.
Councilor-
Yep.
Okay, Councilor Nagy.
I would just also like to throw in, when we're talking about a warming center, I think we do have to make some type of consideration for a daytime functioning when there's an emergency. This past year, there were 2 storms that happened that one of them on Winter Street, I had neighbors that were charging their respirating equipment from their car battery for 4 or 5 days. And the second storm, I think people out in like Pond Road were out of power for like, what, a week? So we just need to think about like where we have like those emergency centers when we have a storm. I know that Auburn does well. We don't have as many spaces like that. I don't know if maybe we can work with Auburn in order to promote the spaces they have. But, you know, I think that it's important when you're out of power for like a week that you can go somewhere to like charge your phone, for instance.
If I can, yeah, we're going to stay on topic here. Councilor Chittum.
I was just going to say, can we stay on topic?
Well, yes, that's been covered. Administrator O'Malley, what else do you need from us at this moment?
I'll need a vote on the motion.
You have,
No.
So are we thinking what, November 1 through the end of March?
That's what our initial proposal will be, and I'll see what we get for, you know, a response. We may get no one to respond, folks, so we have to realize that. So I'll start with the broad, and we'll use the model of Caden's Kitchen last year, and then I have capable staff. I'm very good at delegating, so this isn't just going to fall on my shoulders. He might have left now, but he.
If we don't get a response, we're going to expect a response from you. So
Your input has been noted, and we'll move forward.
Excellent. Unless councilors have anything further, I would like to call the vote. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 11.
Item number 11, order amending the American Rescue Plan Act grant program guidelines to use program funding to support a nonprofit agency to operate a warming center this winter. Requested action to approve the order amending the American Rescue Plan Act grant program guidelines to use program funding to support a nonprofit agency to operate a warming center this winter.
I have a motion,
So
please.
moved.
Councilor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Councilor Glant. And based on our last vote, I urge the council to support this motion.
I have a question.
Councilor Glant, yes.
It says nonprofit. What happens if a profit agency decides to apply? We can't use the money?
Is there any?
We'd have to go through ARPA funding. The money was set aside for nonprofit for helping out. That
Okay.
did not work out. There's still $239,000 available from that project that was transferred over. So I believe that, like any process, we can go private, like we do with the water redundant line.
Right.
That's a company that's doing the work for us, so we are able to use that.
So are we limiting ourselves right now by saying nonprofits? My concern. If we say nonprofit and a profit comes in, because the approval is going to be for our nonprofit only, are we hurting ourselves?
The order is just to, it's not saying nonprofit, it's just letting you know where it was programmed for to begin with.
Okay, so that's not, that's,
So originally, a portion of the ARPA funds, $500,000, was put aside for the nonprofit agencies. Those agencies did not come forth, and there's $239,000 available from that. We're asking you to transfer that to cover the Warman Center.
I agree, but the way it reads, it reads like it has to be a nonprofit.
If I may, Director Roy, you're saying that this will not be a limiting factor.
Correct.
But we need to amend that, Council Order.
Anything further, Councilor Gallant?
No, as long as it's not going to limit us.
I think we need to amend we need to amend the council order, and you look at the first paragraph, to support a nonprofit agency. I think if we strike nonprofit, and just say support an agency, and then strike nonprofit at the last paragraph.
Madam Clerk, would that be a friendly amendment?
It would, yes, if the original movers agreed.
I would move to accept that amendment.
Thank you for making that. I was going to make that as a friendly amendment. All I need is a second now.
Councilor Jean seconded.
Yeah, well, the two people who made the motion.
Oh, so I'll second it then.
Yeah, okay. All right, so now that's a friendly amendment. Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 12.
Item number 12, order authorizing the transfer of the remaining American Rescue Plan Act funds to the redundant water transmission main project. Requested action to approve the order authorizing the transfer of the remaining American Rescue Plan Act funds to the redundant water transmission main project.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum,
Second.
second by Councilor Najin. Do we have staff to kick this off?
So what we're requesting is there is funds available that have not been used and have to be to a specific project by December. So the main water redundant came in a lot larger than expected, so they decided to split the project and do a part 1 and part 2. So that part 2 is going to be going out to bid within the next month. And we'll need funding for this project. So I'm requesting that due to the fact that we have to have this money for a project by December, doesn't have to be spent, it just needs to be allocated. So I'm requesting that all the funds that are left over from projects that are completed, along with the interest, be put towards this project.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. How does this interact with the motion that we just approved, item 11?
So item 11 is a separate, that was put aside for the nonprofit. So that's not included in this cost. These are other projects within the ARPA funds.
Okay. And
These
the
are
way,
two separate pools of money that was set aside back when we got the money for the opera.
all right. So the way this is worded, it's everything that's left in the pool that's not the one that's not the item 11 pool.
Correct. If you look at the council order at the bottom, it has which projects it's coming from.
Yes, and I do have a couple of questions about that. After some head scratching, I finally figured out that PPE probably stands for personal protective equipment, and that's a
Correct.
public works budget line. I did scratch a little longer on IIJA, but thank the internet, that's apparently the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those two amounts add up to $853 less than the $77,127.74 that's being requested. And I guess I'll let you answer that, and then I've got another comment. So those two numbers do not add up to the total $77,127 that you've listed here.
While we look at that, Mr. O'Malley, did the AC kick off, or is it still on, or?
Luckily, we have the Public Works Director here. He may be able to answer that question.
I think the rain shorted it out.
I'll check. We still have lights, but
Okay.
see what's going on with the fan.
We await your report, Director Gagne. Thank you very much.
Okay, time to go home. AC's off, let's go home.
Turn it off, it'll work faster.
That's what I'm looking at.
While we're looking over the numbers, did you have anything else to add, Councilor Chittum?
Well, yes, but it's gonna require the attention of Director Roy, who's
Okay, well,
doing the ciphering now on the other two numbers.
we're working on parallel tasks here as we're doing that and checking on the AC, so we're quite efficient here this evening.
Well, I could entertain the council by saying that the reason I took a brief hiatus earlier was that I'd left the top down on my convertible. I now have swimming pools in the front seat. It was raining very hard.
I know you're getting your pants were wet. I was like, where did you just go?
No, that's not what.
That's how I was thinking, like, I was gonna say, I was go, dang.
Water splatter all over his clothes.
Can you tell it's late?
I dropped a speaker in the lake.
This would be a great time, Minister O'Malley, to start working on that RFP. You could be typing away over there right now.
Once I find Deputy Director Libby, I will.
Yes, okay. Understood. While we do that, Councilor Harriman, did you have something to add that would not require the attention of our Director of Finance?
Yes, I guess for the administrator, so theoretically, we could reallocate some of this money to the warming center as well. But I don't know that we.
But then how are we paying for the redundant water line? I would not recommend that.
Okay.
Because we have money, that 229 was set aside for helping businesses and back when COVID first hit and that money was not used. So I would not do that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And there is an opportunity if someone does apply to get housing, money from Maine State Housing, so. And
Mr. Mayor?
it does appear that the air conditioner is back on, Mr. Mayor.
Director Gagne, you have my undying thanks. Or Director Turcotte, as it may be.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Chittum, back to you.
Mr. Administrator, plaudits, how much was the total ARPA funding that came to the city, both pools combined?
I don't have that information in front of me.
Well, it must have been a big amount if we've got $1.2 million in interest alone,
It was $9.5 million that we received.
and that was 2 years ago? So kudos to whoever generated $1.2 million in interest on a $9 million investment.
Remember where interest rates are.
I think that whoever did that has done a wonderful job, marvelous job.
Did you have something, Councilor Nagy?
Can you answer that question about the money?
No, I guess he doesn't.
You have the right.
I mean, I do, but I'm going to send emails because it's going to be easier, so.
Up to you.
Got an answer?
Oh, Assistant Director, or Director Roy, I apologize. Please
So
continue.
Councilor Chinham is correct. It's $76,274.34 of the transfer of the various projects. And then the $1,252,328.24 for the interest.
Okay, fine. So I'm going to, I guess I would amend that. We've made a motion. What we're voting on is the council order. I forget who moved that, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Chittum, seconded by Counselor Najin.
Okay, friendly amendment to adjust the first whereas from 77,172.74 to 76,274.38, and all numbers, other numbers affected.
Accepted.
And my apologies, I had forgotten that it was Councilor Najin who seconded the motion. I thought it was Councilor Gallant, so earlier.
We're all good.
Yeah, we're good now. Further comments or questions from the council? Madam Clerk, have we gone to public comment for this?
We have not yet.
Public comment for this? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
He's
I'm sorry, I didn't
stepped
notice.
aside for a moment.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Would you like to vote, Mr. Mayor, in the absence of Counselor from Ward?
He is indeed absent, so I am voting yes.
Great.
Right along.
Motion passes by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Item number 13.
Item number 13, order authorizing the transfer of funds within the fiscal year 23 distribution system upgrades from Bates Street to Blake Street for water main replacement projects in the amount of $700,000. Requested action to approve the order authorizing the transfer of funds within the fiscal year 23 distribution system upgrades from Bates Street to Blake Street for water main replacement projects in the amount of $700,000.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor
Second.
Chittum, second by Councilor Gallant. Director Gagne, please kick us off.
Good evening. So this, typically we'll put out projects with multiple streets and try to take advantage of joint packaging. That is what happened with this project. So we put it out, we had planned on doing some pipe bursting. Bids came in high, and we also understood a higher priority water line is an 8-inch water line on Blake Street. It needs more attention. So that's why the request is to shift it. We are trying to address water quality as well as pressure, and then we'll rebid Bates to try to take advantage of some different pricing on repackaging the bid. Do conventional berry, one item, other item. Typically, there's one contractor or another that will carry the bid. So when you kind of mix them and there's pipe bursting and conventional digging, they've been elevating the numbers. So we'll see how we can break it down and get some value on this project.
Thank you, Director. Councilor Chittum.
Yes, a couple of technical questions, Director Gagne. Is this pipe bursting for water main?
Yes.
This is the 8-inch line, and that's tuberculated to the extent that there's so much friction that the water pressure is low? Is that?
I believe it's the 12-inch line, so we're looking to do the Bates Street work, was a pipe burst, I believe. And the 8-inch line, being as corroded internally as it is
You can't.
can't. So that would be more of a conventional dig.
Okay, and that is going to be sewer and storm drain work as well. How is that going to work, just out of curiosity, when you burst a water main, but you're going to have to open up storm and sewer anyway?
So we did an example on that, was on Park Street, and we actually pipe burst underneath and through some areas that we didn't want to disturb both traffic as well as some landscaping and some other. So it depends on the path. It depends on the disruption that it's going to create. If we can open up a hole and launch from one and pipe burst into the other, that's what worked on Park Street, and we saved a lot of money.
Okay.
So doing the utility work, water, we've pipe burst sewer in the past, or well, is slip those. So it really depends. It's case by case, and we're trying to be efficient with our funds as possible. So conventional dig may be cheaper here. We'll see.
Okay, and are you planning on replacing the 8-inch Blake Street main with 8-inch or increasing to 10?
I am not sure. I'll check, but I believe 8-inch would be adequate.
Okay.
So it's old cast iron water pipe, and so just going to an 8-inch is going to dramatically improve flow, water quality, and pressure.
Yep, okay. All right, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Councilor Stoll.
Real quick question. Can you just, I think I know what you mean when you're saying pipe burst, but can you just explain what that is?
Sure. So basically, you take any existing pipe. Typically with sewer, it was easier because it would be old clay and not very structurally sound. But in the last 15 years, they've developed technology where they'll take the old water line, they'll send in a cable, and then and cut open the main, send a cable through to the other cut end. Okay, so we basically pull the cable through the water line. They'll put a big nozzle on it and drag new pipe behind it, and that pneumatic head will basically expand that 8-inch main and actually crack it, break it up, and push it outward on all directions. And they'll pull it with force and drag the new water line right in place of where that old water line is, not having to dig up the street and do all of that. We try to do it when there aren't a lot of services, because we have to do temporary water lines, adds up on the price, right? We're not getting really any benefit. And then we have to dig every service. So we dig from the building or from the curb stop and have to reconnect it. So ideally, pipe bursting is great when you have pipes with difficult things on top that you don't want to have to dig up and replace, and you don't have a lot of services. That's where the pipe bursting has its advantage.
Thank you. It's
Yep.
pretty cool technology.
It is good technology.
Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you.
Item number 15, as we did
Number
14
15,
earlier.
resolve authorizing the city to accept and appropriate the grant funding for the fiscal year 2022 Community Project Funding Grant for Bates Mill Number 5 environmental issues in the amount of $1 million. Requested action to approve the resolve authorizing the city to accept and appropriate the grant funding for the fiscal year 2022 Community Project Funding Grant for Bates Mill 5 environmental issues in the amount of $1 million.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Harriman.
Second.
Second by Councilor Najin. Yes, Director Jeffers, please kick us off.
This is pretty self-explanatory. It's really just a motion that the council needs to take. We were awarded $1 million earmark to assist with dealing with the environmental issues at Bates Mill Number 5 and under the charter. I learned through our treasurer,
Finance Director.
finance director, that we actually needed the council authorize us to accept and spend. I just figured we applied, we can spend it, and she said, nope, you got to get authorization. So that's why I'm here.
Questions, comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Was this a grant that Congressman Golden helped us secure?
Yes, yes. I mean, the entire federal delegation, but I think Congressman Golden and King were sort of the leads on it. Yes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 16.
Item number 16, appointment to the Lake Auburn Watershed Protection Commission. There are 2 items. The first step is to review the list of applicants and to make a determination on the appointment.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I would like to propose that we appoint Bruce Damon to this. I've known him for a while as a level-headed guy, and I think he would do well on LawPac.
Do we have further nominations? Sorry, one second. Madam Clerk, we are going to take nominations and we're going to vote on one by one until somebody gets it?
We'll take nominations, then we'll vote based on those.
Right. Okay. Councilor Harriman, or I'm sorry, Councilor Najin.
I would also support Bruce Damon's nomination based on his work with the Stanton Burden Club and also his experience and knowledge around the watershed. I would also like to note, though, that Rick LaChapelle did serve on LawPac, and I'm comfortable with that suggestion as well. I do think that Bruce does have an environmental background that may play into it that would make him possibly a better candidate. I'm unfamiliar with Ms. Imber, unfortunately.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Administrator
Is
O'Malley.
that a nomination for Rick LaChapelle, Councilor Najin?
I was just noting that he served on it before.
Okay, so it's just a nomination for, okay, thank you.
Yeah, we currently have Bruce Damon as a nomination. Further nominations from the council? Councilor Sol, yes, please, yes, use your mic, thank you.
I think I'd like to nominate Rick LaChapelle. Looking at this, he has been on the Watershed Commission. I really think he's very qualified for it. So put that forward.
Thank you. Do we have further nominations? I think there's only one other candidate, correct? And at this point, Madam Clerk, so we do not, would it be appropriate to go to public comment now?
Sure, yes.
Public comment on this agenda item?
Matthew D. Agron, Ward 4. So once again, we have open slots sitting, and I have no horse in this race, but if we got our first application on 5/15, why was this not brought forward before now, instead of waiting till we get two more on 7/5 and 7/6? Are we required to have a number of applications before we bring this forward? To me, this seems much like the Assessment Review Board, where the slots all sit open because there's bias against some members of this community serving if they offer to fill a slot. Because of such issues, the city of Lewiston lost the services of Robert Reed, who applied, and then the night that we would have appointed him, pulled his application because he was tired of watching games being played by the city. A gentleman I know, a number of you, actually said you wish you could have put on that board. So why are we waiting to fill slots if we have applications? Do we have to have a minimum number? Or is this more games being played by people?
Further public comment? Back to the council. Councilor Glant.
Are you able to answer that question? Why it took from May 15th till July?
This is a council appointment, not a mayoral appointment.
Councilor Gallant. I can answer that question.
Oh, Administrator O'Malley.
We obviously have had some upheaval in city administration. We had asked for some applicants. I had actually spoke to our public works director in an attempt to find somebody that would apply. And things just, kind of slipped through the cracks. We had two meetings in June. We've had one in July. So it was just a matter of trying to get some people. We wanted to put it on the agenda. We've had a lot of things going on. So that was more on staff. May had nothing to do with this delay of getting someone. So we had put it out again, asking to have some people apply, and that's why we have the different dates of them. There was nothing, to cover up or not to have Rick be appointed to that. It was just a matter of, we just didn't bring it forward as an agenda item.
But is there a minimum requirement?
No, there is not.
So if you had one candidate that
It
was
just
good,
didn't get put on the agenda, Councilor Gallant. That's all I can tell
but
you.
why do we reapply if you already had a candidate?
Just to have it put out to see if we had people interested. We actually had reached out to Rick to apply to that. So I didn't think that was, I want to make sure that people were aware in the community that there was a position, because Director Gagny did reach out to former City Councilor LaChapelle and said, are you interested in this position? But we did not actually go through the process of advertising it to everyone in the public. And that was why we have that delay from when Kevin reached out to him to when Director Gagny reached out to him to when the clerk's office actually advertised for those positions.
All right, thank you.
Yes, there's certainly been some extenuating circumstances. Thank you, Administrator O'Malley. Further comments on the nominations of Bruce Damon and Rick LaChapelle? Madam Clerk, how should we proceed?
Sure, so we'll call the roll, and when, instead of answering yes or no, you'll just mention the last name of the person that you'd like to see appointed.
Perfect. Please
good.
call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Bruce Damon.
Ward 7?
LaChapelle?
Ward 1?
Damon.
Ward 2?
Damon.
Ward 3?
Mr. Damon.
Ward 4?
Damon.
And Ward 5?
LaChapelle.
Mr. Damon is appointed by a vote of 5-2.
Item number 17.
Item number 17, informational update regarding the locations and status of the installation of public restrooms in various areas around the city. This is a informational update presented to the City Council and the public. No action is requested.
Thank you both for joining us. If you can both introduce yourselves and then, yes, update us.
Good evening. Kevin Gagne, Director, Lewiston Public Works.
Megan Bates, Deputy for Maintenance and Operations.
We have some slides I'd like to show you that are giving a status update. So we did get approved for the 7 locations as proposed in the LCIP. This is not the one I want. So we've included the map that was in the LCIP. It referenced the so those locations, Oak Park Streets near the Oak Street parking garage, Lincoln Street at Railroad Alley, Samard Payne Park near the fitness court, Whipple Winter Sunnyside Park area, College Street Pettingill School Park, Cedar Street, River Street, Lionel Park, and Bartlett Street, Mike McGraw Park. As we presented through the budget, this is the proposed public bathrooms that we're looking at. We did visit Portland. This is successful for them. That's why we brought it for you actually in the budget. So currently we've put these on order. We went through Finance Committee and have went through sole source. These are being manufactured. There's a 12-week lead time on these. So we expect these to be coming in about 10 weeks. Other municipalities are also using these, and Portland's ordering more. So we hope the delivery time stays with 10 weeks. That'll put us into October. In the meantime, we'll go through some of the sites, but in the meantime, engineers, along with Megan Bates and Louis Turcotte and myself, visited these sites. Some of the goals, as we took from discussion with you all, as well as what we had in the documents, and then in talking with Portland, these are public restrooms. So they're designated in areas that the public would be recreating in a public space. They're permanent. We did get a staffer to go with that, and that's very helpful. Portland had mentioned that putting these in the back of a lot or back of a park is not a good idea. That lends to other uses than being this a public bathroom. Having it at the front of the park or front of a public space allows the police department to drive through, and so there is an opening in the bottom. If we go back, there is an opening on the bottom so you can see if somebody's occupied the space. If somebody were in there and they're having a medical issue, PD 10 minutes later doing a safety check can notice that and then intervene. So that has happened in Portland. It may be a medical issue, it may not be, but at least they can do a safety check. So their recommendation was have it near the front of your public space, but we did not want to put it at the entrance, the gateway to a park or the gateway to an area that we're looking for people to come to. So with that criteria, we started, so we'll go through this. This is the Oak Street near the parking garage. In the upper left, a little triangle, that is where we'd be looking to put it. The lower right is a little different view. I've kind of drawn in the little box to represent the size, the general size of the public bathroom. So there's no running water. These are basically like a state park privy. There's a 1,500-gallon concrete tank underneath. Pending there's no utilities or other things underneath. That's how we're trying to go with it. There's going to be a concrete pad on top of that, a toilet. There are probably in Portland they had a Sharps container, toilet paper, hand sanitizer. We're also visioning a sign that you can QR code it and say what were the conditions and report back. Were they clean? Were they nasty? I didn't want to use it. Did you feel safe? So you can report your concern at that specific location, and we'll know what's going on. The other consideration is if there is not able to put an underground tank, then we have the ability to put an above-ground tank. It's a little smaller capacity, a little more frequent cleaning, but that can work. So some of these sites lend, we may need an above-ground tank that is really not visible or intrusive. So going around this site, this is a public city-owned property, something that we can put it. It's next to Dufresne Park. I keep wanting to call it Courthouse Plaza. So, you know, it's close by where people are in the downtown. This is available. We did look inside the park. We have snow removal issues. These are not seasonal. These are year-round. So where are we putting the snow? Are we going to bury it? We want to be able to get to it and shovel it out and maintain it. We need to get the staffer there to be able to clean it and inspect it. So some of these locations, that in walking around, this is where we're looking to do it and where our recommendation is. Going to the next site. So this is off from Lincoln Street. This is next to the parking garage. This is Railroad Alley. Once again, this was on the map. We felt this was a good spot because you have everything going on in the Bates Mill complex. You have the park on Main Street and people moving down Main Street and then across over to the Riverwalk. And then you have all the activities on Lincoln Street. So people are coming out of the parking garage for events. So we're looking to put it in the grass strip. The walkway that goes alongside of the parking garage, there's actually a dip. There's a handicap ramp there. We can open a chain in between the bollards, create a handicap accessible by putting it in there. There is an underground storage for storm drain there, so this may be an above ground, a tank that's at the base of the bathroom. Our next space that was also on the map. This one is adjacent to the Samard Payne Park, across the street from Lincoln Street. It's along the Riverwalk. This is the outdoor fitness center. The area that I'm standing on when I took this picture is the CSO storage facility. So underneath that, there is large concrete. So this would need an above ground tank. It's black, it's concealed, but we're looking at mostly a surface mount here. Once again, it's not in the entranceway. We're not putting it over by the Red Shop, which we're trying to feature that as a future venue. And we didn't really want to put it in the park itself because then you're not accessible. So this is, PD can drive in if people are using the gym, if people are using the walkway. It's a short walk across the canal to Samard Payne where the boat launch is, where the paddling happens. And this is down in Sunnyside Park. Sunnyside Park's a tough one where it has a very narrow entrance. There's not a lot of publicly owned land on either side of this entrance. There's actually a large storm drain. If you look to the left, there's a culvert catch basin there. So to go with an underground, the proposed location is that blue square that I have. Going further into the park, and I think there's going to be some design considerations being talked about how to revitalize this park coming up. So if need be, we could definitely move it. Getting further in the park, PD can't have accessibility getting to this and be able to maintain it. So my concern here was, hey, are we having too close to the entrance? There's not a lot of options to kind of go further into the park. And land around it is some commercial or businesses.
I'd like to hold questions until the end, just so he can get through the presentation.
Okay. This one is the Pettingill Park. This is a great site. It's absolutely beautiful. It's well manicured, and there are a lot of activities that go on there. Learning a little bit more about it, I guess there was somebody in the neighborhood that actually paid to put a porta potty on the side. So we spent a lot of time here walking around, really looking at where would you want to put it. So on the College Street side, really kind of too far away from the playground and other amenities. As we come up Little Street, you've got residential homes there, a nice sidewalk, a couple spots we looked at, but once again, kind of a really visual in the middle of the park, and here's a restroom. As we come up on the side street, it's an elevation drop, it's an issue, it's gonna end up being down in the park. There were already concerns that we've heard about where homeless activity was happening at the back side of the park. So we really want to, staying with our principles, staying away from the back areas of the parks. So you see it proposed kind of tuck in between the trees off from this gravel walking path, accessible enough we can maintain it, accessible enough people can use it, but not big visual in the entrance. And this is the Lionel Potvin Park. So this is right off from Cedar Street. I'm standing on the little esplanade in the middle, the little triangle. This park is great. Coming off from the side street really was when we first looked at it. It depends on where the entrance is for this. So once again, we didn't want to put it into the interior of the park. It felt like the side street view was more of, this is the entrance. Look, there's a bathroom. This one is a little more tucked in. I can zoom in a little bit, but it's going to be kind of under that pine tree and behind some of the kind of notice signs, not really a welcome to Lionel Potvin Park kind of entrance, but we felt it was kind of a utility place to be able to put that there. This is McGraw Park. This is on Bartlett Street. As you can see, there are commercial buildings to the side. You can see a dumpster. So this is between the walkway up to the high school, the bike ped, tucked in between the trees. You could access it from either, close enough to the park, close enough that PD can see it from the main road without having to go up into the walkway. The picture on the bottom, you can see, we still see McGraw Park right there. We're hoping, tuck it away behind it and not be part of the entrance. As you go up further up Bartlett Street, you see the sign and the beautiful field. So, this was kind of the area to put it. We're open to suggestions on this one, but I think going deeper in, there's an issue with PD and other uses happening with it. And then that's it.
Councilor Nagy.
I just had a question about the Sunnyside one, and I'm wondering, and this is just as a side note, St. Laurent was paving Riverside and forgot their porta potty in front of the Grand Army of the Republic Cemetery for 3.5 weeks, and my neighborhood just used it like it was a bathroom, and it was totally normal, and nothing crazy happened. So just so everybody knows, that occurred. But I'm wondering, on that left-hand side where the boulders are, right, on Winter Street, is there a possibility of actually facing that toilet so it's actually like facing Winter Street? Like, is it possible to move it over? All that boulder space is also our space, and I'm just thinking that it would kind of make it separate from the entrance and then also like more forward-facing. And then also, when you're looking at where the basketball court is, at the end of where the playground is, that's very open, and you can see it from every direction. So it's just another thought, too. It doesn't have to necessarily come off of the walking path. It's just a thought.
Right.
Just to throw that out. I don't know if it'd be an issue to get underground behind those boulders there.
So where the blue barrel is to the left of that,
Yeah.
you see a rock. There's a,
Big
I don't want to say
culvert
what
there.
size, but yeah, it's a large storm drain outlet that's underground. We can do test pits, see where we're at, if we can get a tank in there. If not, we can do an above-ground tank.
Or it may be possible to put it between the basketball court and the playground as well.
I think the concern with that is we have the bollards, so getting in to maintain it or having PD assess it, but we can check with PD and what their thoughts are.
And isn't it my understanding, Director Gagné, that we're looking to do that park over?
Right.
So I don't
Yep.
want to put anything permanent on that side. I mean, we're looking,
Yep.
to have a design done. So
Fair
I don't
enough.
want to have that in the middle of the design.
So if we went with this one with a concrete pad and the above-ground tank, then it's something we could very easily
Then
move.
it could be moved. Okay,
Yep.
yeah, makes sense.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely excited about these. Just a few questions. So they're generally wheelchair accessible?
Yes.
But the particular site they may be in might be on some grass or something, or no?
So the parks, some of the walkways were a crushed gravel, crushed rock, crushed stone. So right now foot traffic is going on those. We can definitely make sure, we can either extend a little bit of pavement. Some of them were planning on using the concrete. We got a concrete sidewalk next to the parking garage. We're gonna make sure it's seamless and handicap accessible. And the building itself is handicap accessible.
Okay. And then, so between the below ground and the above ground tanks, what is the difference in how often you have to pump it out?
You know the volume on the smaller tank?
I'm thinking that the smaller tank is about 128 gallons as compared to the 1,500.
Okay.
So that, yes, and depending on what the use is, it may need to be pumped anywhere from every other week, once a month, where the 1,500 gallon tank may be just once a year.
And is that something that we're able to do? Do we have that truck, or do we we contract a company?
We'll be
to do that?
contracting that.
Okay. And then, I was just curious, do they have the blue liquid like a porta potty, or is it like you mentioned the state park privies.
Right.
I think those don't have liquid in them. I'm not sure though.
I'm a big hiker, and I've seen some of them. We will be looking to do some blue to make sure that the odors were kept low, especially on the smaller tanks. As far as the size comparison, we've actually looked at that, and we were trying to go with the in-ground tank, but that's something we could modify later. I think we'd rather have the flexibility to move one. And we still have remaining, so the plan is to have engineering put out this as a small contract, have contractor install these. We would queue them up so that the sites and pads were ready, so that when these were delivered, they could then just put these on top and get them functional. So probably in the next month or two, we would go out to bid for that service and then get that scheduled and queued up so that we can get these things in functional as quick as possible.
All right, thank you very much.
Councillor Gallant? Wait. Oh, sorry, Councillor Chittum.
Thank you. So the 1,500 gallon tank is under the concrete pad?
It's a concrete septic tank.
Septic tank,
Yeah.
and that's under the pad?
Correct.
Okay. And then the 120 gallon, that's integral within the unit? It sits under the throne,
I
so
think
to
you
speak?
can, I have some other pictures, I did not load them up. If you look to the back of this image, you kind of see like a black pedestal. So basically, it's a steel tank that's been painted to blend in.
Okay.
It wraps around the toilet fixture.
I see. All
So
right.
there's no flush.
All right, so those that are going to be in-ground tanks, which for a maintenance standpoint, I'd prefer to see as many of those as possible, but the downside of that is that they're not at all portable. And I think I heard you say that with 120-gallon tanks, you'd like to have the ability to move those. Did I mishear you?
There's the possibility of doing that. We talked about not doing poured-in-place slabs, but these are precast slabs. So that way we can just set them in place.
Okay.
So the idea of moving them, if they didn't have an underground tank, would be much easier.
Sure, all
So
right.
with the consideration that Councilor Najin brought up, if we wanted to relocate it to a different place at that, likewise, we can't put one in next to the outdoor court, so
Right.
that one will have a shallow one.
Yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
And thank you for all your work on this. I was going to ask you who decided the locations, but I don't even want to go there. It sounds to me as though that's been carefully thought out by somebody, some group, some committee, and I don't have any objections or strong preferences for any other locations. So I thank you and the crew that worked on pulling this together. I'm glad to see that we have some public toilets available for the citizenry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Megan's done a lot, and we're trying to get it done.
We're now heading to a public comment for this agenda item.
No?
There's no vote.
Well, we've gone to public comment before for agenda items. Well, it's not a workshop, actually. We're in the middle of a meeting. Is there public comment for this agenda item? And back to the council. Councilor Najin.
Yeah, I'm all set.
Oh,
Thank
I
you.
thought you, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say something.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Okay, I guess we're good.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you.
Go home, go to bed.
Everyone.
Reports and updates. We're up to that. Councilor Chittum.
Yes, I'd like to report that the Auburn-Lewiston Airport has retained flight level aviation for flight line staffing. These are the folks that meet the planes and gas them up and mow the lawns and basically do the maintenance work at the airport. We had been using Mark and Kate McGee, who stepped up and did a marvelous job for us. Dirigo Aerospace. There was a request for proposal that went out, and Flightline Staffing came back with a preferred proposal. They are the ones that operate the former Naval Air Station in Brunswick, so they have a lot of experience in airline operations and airport maintenance. I'd also like to announce that I've appointed Eileen Fair to the Senior Advisory Council. And I hope I've done that properly. I'm not used to making appointments, but I guess in this case, I do have one. So Eileen Fair is the new representative from Ward 6 to the Senior Advisory Council.
Councilor Chittum, or, sorry, Councilor Gallant.
Let's switch places.
Well, a second ago, I saw you raise your hand, and I think you must have raised your other hand, but yeah. Councilor Gallant,
So
please continue.
Senior Advisory Council, that's what I'm asking for. If people have names for me, I don't know what's come in. It looks like we're gonna miss another meeting in August, and I'd like to make sure I'm fully staffed so we can start in September. We have some important things coming up that are gonna be coming down the pike, and I need a team together to be able to make some decisions and work on that. So if you haven't found someone, please reach out to your previous one. They may still want to do it. Some of them do. I don't know who's applied and haven't applied, and I'll check with the city clerk on that, so I can reach out.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Counselor. We actually sent an email to the council a week or so ago with the applications. We received 3 applications for the 9 positions.
And do you know what wards they're for? I know mine's in there, so.
6, 7, and 2, I believe.
So the rest of you get hot. That's all I have, thank you.
Councilor Roy.
Thank you. Just a quick update on the shelter committee. I'll be really quick. We had made some really good progress in this last week. We actually delegated different tasks to our members, and it's moving a lot quicker than we first anticipated. So I think you'll see some results pretty soon, hopefully.
Kudos.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Just a couple things real quick from the school committee. We had a meeting last night, and we authorized the superintendent to finalize the purchase of 287 Main Street, which you might have seen in the newspaper today. And we also had a great presentation on a new proactive collaboration between Tree Street and Lewiston Middle School, where they're going to be doing more, sort of more proactive identification of students who are struggling, who might be at risk of behavioral issues, and it sounds really promising, and should really continue the good work that they've been doing at the middle school to help with some of the issues that they've had in the past few years.
And seeing no other reports and updates, we're up to new business. Is there any? Councilor Chittum.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to find out how we get updates from the Public Safety Advisory Committee that was created a couple of years ago.
I do, sorry, go ahead.
How do we get updates and minutes and that information about where that stands and how it's progressing?
Yeah, no, great question, especially with Sahal's death here recently, and my heart goes out to his family. So I have contacted there was a hiatus after October 15th. And then there was another break after that. But I have contacted them actually just today. Been speaking with them yesterday and today. And so, yeah, we are It's restarting that committee's work, and my hope is that they're going to be meeting in September. Abdikadir Nagay will be a co-chair and working on finding another co-chair.
Who is the co-chair?
Abdikadir Nagay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
The news that hit us all out in my ward really points out the need for this committee to get rolling again.
Yes, agreed. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Just wanted to reiterate Councilor Chittum's suggestion from earlier about having a workshop on shelter licensing.
Seeing no further new business, Madam Clerk, I believe we have some executive sessions.
Yes,
There we
you.
go.
So, executive session, so item number 20, executive session to discuss labor union negotiations regarding the Lewiston Public Works Unit, Local 1458.
Are we voting on all of these at once, or what is the council's preference this evening?
All at once is my preference.
I'm amenable to that. Madam Clerk, is there a way to do that?
Sure, you want to group all the motions together, so it'd be the first motion for item 20, and then item 21 to enter into an executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes annotated Title I, Section 4056C, to discuss economic development issue of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position. And motion for item number 2 is the same, to enter into an executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes annotated Title I, Section 4056C, to discuss economic development issue of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city.
So moved.
Yes, Councilor Chittum, followed by Councilor Sol. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Appreciate all the staff's time, appreciate the councilor's time, and have a wonderful evening, Lewiston.